Happy Saturday again, man. Happy Saturday again. We're doing it again and again and again. We're going to keep talking about this over and over and over until somebody can really come and change the whole format, man. But talking about philosophy of mind, idealism, materialism, physicalism, theism, dualities, non-dualities, all of these sort of topics we love to discuss. Right now I'm kind of waiting on my co-host, Miss Sophia, to arrive in all her glory. But until then, I thought I would go ahead and kick the show off and maybe throw a few videos out there, some things I kind of encountered this morning, so I can keep you guys entertained and you don't have to listen to my rambling ass all morning long. What's up, Joel Davis? Boom. I see you out there, brother. I see you. And I'm hoping you got some gotcha questions for me, man. You always got some gotcha questions. Caesar, the nature of reality. Are we talking ontology or just positive physics? We're going to talk a little bit about both. I think that positive physics sort of kind of can be a guide towards our metaphysical or ontological underpinnings or beliefs or conclusions, if you will. So I want to definitely talk about that. In fact, I love Miss Sabina Hassenfelder, and she actually is entertaining another idea. You know, she's always coming up with exposing different papers and different ideas that come out, you know, in the world of science, you know. And so these things sort of are getting more and more like metaphysics. You know, they talk about, you know, emergent space time. Um, you know, we had talked about the amplituhedron. We talked about it from bit or it from qubit, as they call it now that we have quantum computers. They went ahead and call it qubit. Why do they call it qubit? Because before they didn't have quantum computers. They didn't really formulate that idea years and years ago when Wheeler actually promoted this idea of it from bit. Basically, that information is fundamental to reality. So, like, what does that mean? Like, who does it inform? Why would it want to inform anybody if reality in the universe is just a cold, unthinking thingy out there? Then what's the information for? Who's it trying to inform? For what? And who's creating these bits? Or what's creating these bits? You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be a who. I kind of lean towards it being a process or a what, but that's just my own ignorant metaphysics at work, right? And I admit my metaphysics are ignorant, but at least they build on what we know. I try to make sure that whatever I incorporate into my own little personal models of reality, that I'm not being unparsimonious. In other words, I like Occam's razor as a guide, because then I don't have to introduce all these foreign concepts and ideas that really don't exist except within abstractions. So I base everything on, you know, what I know. And the only really thing that I know is experience. I think, therefore I am. So I kind of base all of my stuff off of that and I infer the rest. And I understand I can be wrong. But yeah, so Caesar wants to get right to the goddamn point. Can you elaborate on the information bits theory? Yeah, you know what? In fact, I'm gonna let an expert do it instead of me, because who am I, man? I'm just a guy on YouTube, just another one of those, you know, talking heads out there, man, on YouTube. And I don't even have that many followers. So why the hell would anybody listen to what I have to say? But we're gonna go ahead and let the real experts um, decide this stuff for us and at least present what it is, you know. So I'm going to enter into Miss Sabina Hossenfelder, she's very popular. You guys should like her, right? Especially you science heads. She's really big in that department. So let's go ahead and hear what she has to say about it from bit and all of these things. Let me expand the screen and I'll get it started.
Why even bother? Well, for one thing, who hasn't wondered what space really is? But also, according to Einstein, gravity is a property of space. So maybe the reason that we can't figure out how to quantize it is that we don't understand space. The new idea now is that space could be made of qubits. The authors of the new paper take one single qubit that has spin 1/2. This spin has 3 components. This is just a property of this spin. It has a priori nothing to do with space. What they show now is that if you measure these 3 spin components repeatedly, then the measurements will behave like angle measurements in flat space. It gives you flat space from nothing resembling space. So their point is that you start with this abstract qubit that has a spin, but out comes an observable quantity that behaves like it's a part of Euclidean space. And that is only from one qubit. If you were to take a whole lot of qubits and coax them into interacting with each other, quite possibly you can make up space from them entirely. They use mathematical descriptions of qubits, not physical qubits, but consider they're right, and space is made of qubits. Maybe the qubits are physical. Maybe they're someone else's quantum computer. You all know I've been very critical of the simulation hypothesis, the idea that we're just little pieces of code in somebody else's computer program, but it's not because I'm against the idea in principle. It's that we don't actually have a computer program that could do it. So why are we even talking about it? Now, if you could prove that you can make everything, including space and the particles in the standard model, from qubits, well, that would really make me think. The idea of the new paper falls neatly into a larger research theme that has been called it from qubit. The reason that you haven't heard much about it is that this has been going very slowly. Indeed, the slogan, it from qubit, was popularized already by John Wheeler in the 1980s. Wheeler thought that what's really fundamental aren't particles or fields or space and time, but information. And that information is, of course, quantum information and carried by the qubits, hence it from qubit. Not much has come out of this, but maybe the time for this idea just hasn't come yet. There's been some very interesting work which derive the standard model symmetries from interacting qubits. These ideas all have their problems, but maybe there's a grain of truth to it, or a superposition of grains, each oscillating in 10 dimensions. Thinking about this sort of stuff gives me headaches, because it's not that easy to dismiss. It could be how nature really works. And suppose that space is made of qubits, and these qubits are in someone else's quantum computer. Then what are the qubits of that quantum computer made up of? Are they made of particles that are again made of qubits? Is it qubits all the way down? Turtles, but with error correction. And if not, then what does it even mean for something to be real? If space and particles and forces all come out of qubit interactions, but the qubits are just information, then what's left that's actually fundamental? Is there even a need for physical stuff at all? Or is everything just a manifestation of relationships between bits of information? Well, if I'm a program in someone's quantum computer, I hope they do regular backups. So
Yeah. So that's pretty interesting right there. It's another one of those, seems to me, another one of those infinite regress sort of models where it's qubits all the way down, you know. But where is the stopping point? See, a lot of people take on infinity as if it's like it's proven physically, like it's like we just assume that yeah, sure, there can be no stopping point, just there's causation all the way down. But causation implies something that caused an event, the other cause, and it goes on and on and on. So it just seems to me that it's kind of logically incomplete to say infinite regress, because logically, if we're going to all automatically accept that all events are caused by something, that what caused that cause? And we just go on and on and on down the road till we come to a stopping point. Now, many people will say, well, that stopping point, sir, is Jesus Christ, or that stopping point, sir, is Allah, or that stopping point is Vishnu, or that stopping point is quantum fields, or the greater cosmos, or some unknown, undefinable thing that we haven't really observed yet, right? And so when we start down that path, it just becomes very um, vague and meaningless after a while, if you really think about it. Now, if you're a philosopher and you want, I always say this, that all good theories define their boundary constraints. Like every theory is just a framework. It's a model. It works within a framework. And we had talked about this a little bit before about Gödel's theorem. And the first law of Gödel's theorem is that you can't explain the absolute truth within a framework, because it depends on an axiom that's unproven, like an assumption. And so then you have to prove your assumption is true. How do you prove the thing that gives you the axiom to go on to other things? And even if you could prove it, even if you could, that thing also has a boundary constraint. And you have to explain how it came to be the truth of its frame, right? And then even if you did that, it would just go on and on like that for infinity. And so Gödel's theorem kind of works on infinities as a thought experiment, so to speak. And guess who we have with us today? We have a few people, but we have Miss Sophia in the house. What's up, Miss Sophia?
Hey, sorry I'm late. I had stuff to do.
Well, 5 wet noodle strikes for you.
How are you, though?
We doing it, man. We're doing it. We're just talking about a lot of shit, same old shit, getting deep, getting down under.
Same old shit.
Yeah, well, we're going to try to break it up. We've got a few guests coming on today. In fact, we have somebody backstage we're going to bring on a little bit who's got some really cool ideas. And he's a book writer. He's published a book, I've come to realize. So that's even more exciting.
Awesome.
Hell yeah, man. We got all the good people, man. And anybody else, if you want to call in, you're more than welcome. Even folks that want to disagree. And I don't know what you're going to disagree about. I mean, there's only one thing that I really lean towards, and that's idealism. I am an idealist, naturalist, and I'm an agnostic. So while I say I lean towards naturalism and idealism, I also have the humility to admit that there's a small little door where I can leave open for materialism or something else. But honestly, folks, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Any other sort of thing doesn't make a lot of sense. You could say some unknown thing is the metaphysical ontology, and that's fair, but it's not even worth talking about until we can describe it. It's not real till it is. So anyways, how you doing, Miss Sophia?
I'm doing okay. I cannot complain. And I would describe myself as a mystic. And as far as I'm concerned, it's all about experience. And that's the only thing we know is real to begin with.
Therefore, Sophia is.
I am. I is.
I is, man. I think, therefore I is, motherfucker.
That's right.
Yeah, man. So I was just playing Sophia Hassenfelder's video about the
Sophia
latest...
or Sabina?
Sabina. I keep calling her
the
Sophia.
Bitch that changed her name. Now let me stop.
I know she's trying to be like you. She's trying to copy you now. But yeah, man, she's now talking about simulation theory, like that we come off a computer.
Shut up, Elle.
But she's like, but where does the computer come from? That's the only problem she has, and I have the same problem. Like, where does that shit come from?
But isn't that called infinite? Isn't that called infinite regress?
Yep, we were just talking about that too, man. Infinite regress is just illogical, or it's logically incomplete by definition.
You just can't do that. We would never end. You might as well just accept that. That's the
Yeah,
thing. Accept that you will never know.
yeah, that's right. And or you can do like us and just step out and kind of build on the things we know. And like you said, the only thing you really know is your experience. And I think all anyone really knows is their experience of the world.
And maybe, just maybe, it's because of our limited perception as, these, I guess, split offs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe it's just because of our limited, perspective that we think there must be something before something else, and before that, and before that, and before that.
That's right. That's right. That could be an artifact of just being a lowly human, on
right.
a small little
wretched man that I am.
That's right. Lean not on your own understanding, but on every utterance of the Lord.
Shut the hell up, Scott.
All right, so I'm going to do this. I am going to look at this other video. Which one shall I play? Should I play the Dr. Keith
Hey, you got your sound bites?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I hear a sound bite in the background of a dog agreeing with me.
And you know what? He all the way in the living room, and I got my door shut. God dang it.
Tell that motherfucker to shut his damn mouth. We're trying to keep this shit professional. That's why I'm cussing.
He preaching.
Yeah, I'm preaching. Well, look, man, remember that guy, Philip Goff, the panpsychist?
Hell no.
Well, guess what? There's now this guy who I used to follow back when I was big time atheist. His name is Ian McGilchrist, and he's been a materialist, and so I was really kind of surprised when he came out with Philip Goff to have this debate. And it turns out they didn't really actually debate at all. The guy kind of, like, I guess at the last minute, kind of conceded, maybe. I don't know, but
kind of, sort of.
But I wanted to kind of play it to let you hear what he says, because he kind of breaks it down too here.
This evening,
some people never learn.
You no doubt are familiar with his ideas about the bihemispheric brain. As he said, by sitting on the right of the stage, that will mean he was in the right brain as far as the audience is concerned. So I don't know if that's going to make a difference to how you perceive his remarks. This evening, I'm delighted that he will be in conversation with Dr. Philip Goff of Durham University, a panpsychism and philosophy professor, a friend of Ian, author, I must also mention, of both Galileo's Error and Why, the Purpose of the Universe. What we're going to do this evening is tackle these inconsequential questions of consciousness and the divine. It will no doubt be a very stimulating evening. Ladies and gentlemen, Ian McGilchrist and Philip Goff.
Thank you.
I think Ian McGilchrist is a big consciousness comes from the brain kind of guy. But anyways.
Well, hello, Philip, again.
Hi, Ian.
Hey, yes.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. Well, we've got a couple of things that may detain us for a few minutes this evening.
Just a bit.
And one is the topic of consciousness. And I think I know that you are a panpsychist, a position that I find very appealing.
Oh, I thought you were going to use a different word then.
No. I'm very much, I think I'd call myself a panpsychist, but I'd like you to talk a little about why you think that is an important approach to the idea of consciousness.
So, yeah, panpsychism, very roughly, is just the view that consciousness goes all the way down to the fundamental building blocks of the physical universe. Yeah. So it's a question for physics, what the fundamental building blocks are, but just for the sake of discussion, let's say they're fundamental particles like electrons and quarks. Well, then what the panpsychist thinks is that those fundamental particles have very, very rudimentary forms of conscious experience, and that the very complex consciousness of the human or animal brain is somehow built up from these simpler forms of consciousness right at the base of reality.
3 shocking reasons why butter belongs in your
Uh-oh.
smoothie.
The reason butter is called butter is
Butter?
So it's a bit of a weird
See-
sounding view, but
See, I don't know
I
about
guess-
how he made that leap from that all matter down to quarks has consciousness that's just not as complex. But then he made a big leap that
Yeah.
the more complex consciousness somehow builds up from rocks. Okay.
Well, you know, he's going to say something else contradictory here. I caught on to. And what's going to happen, and I guarantee you what's going to happen, Philip Goff is going to turn into an idealist here soon. I guarantee you. I guarantee you. He's got no choice because he keeps arguing the same point. And I saw him made the same statement, but I didn't say nothing to him the last time he said it. But I'll say
I
something.
know
to
one
him
thing.
today.
I want to be able to talk like them. Ooh,
Yeah, me too,
I need
man.
my spot of tea.
I need my tea. Caleb, what's up, man? He says the fundamental building blocks of the universe is butter. That's right. That's what that commercial is about. Amen.
Hey, Caleb.
Fan psychic. He's not crazy. He is an attention hoard. Amen, brother. Amen.
And so are you, Al.
And
Nah,
so
let me
are
stop.
you, motherfucker. But anyways, I want to hear where he's going to trip up.
part of the reason people are getting more interested in this is and maybe we see eye to eye on this, in a very deep dissatisfaction with the current paradigm on consciousness. You know, we've been trying for several decades now to explain consciousness in terms of physical processes in the brain, and that has gone precisely nowhere. You know, it's not just that we don't have the full story yet, we haven't managed to explain a single experience in terms of patterns of neural firings. And, you know, you might think, oh, we just need to do more brain scans. You know, we're not quite there. You know, it's always this kind of promissory note. But I think, and I think increasingly people are thinking this, you know, when there's a scientific problem that is proving particularly stubborn over a long period of time, sometimes you need to return to the background assumptions. Yeah. I don't want to talk to you, but I like to give the analogy of Copernicus, right? The classic analogy, like before Copernicus, people for a long time, you know, we were starting from the assumption that the Earth is in the center of the universe, and people were trying to make sense of astronomical observations on that basis, and it couldn't be done. It's getting more complicated, epicycles upon epicycles. And then Copernicus sweeps all that away, right? If you start instead from the assumption that the sun is in the center rather than the Earth, suddenly it all makes sense. And I feel that way a little bit about consciousness. We've been trying for so long now, working with the assumption that physical reality is foundational and consciousness sort of pops out of that. We've got nowhere. If you turn that upside down, if you start from consciousness being foundational and try to make sense of physical reality emerging from there, suddenly it all makes sense. That's what I think anyway. What do you think?
No, I agree with his ass now.
Well,
Yeah,
I agree with you.
That
sounds like my model, because, you know, when I was designing my model, at first I started it as a top down, you know, formula, and I was like, no, it's not really top down. It's like inside out.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you notice, like what he's saying is maybe consciousness can explain the physical world instead of the physical world trying to explain the consciousness. But when he's when he makes that move, though, he's now getting away from panpsychism.
Yeah, that contradicts what he said when he first started.
Right. That's, you caught that. So I'm not the only one.
Yeah.
He's actually making the idealist argument now.
Yeah.
And he's not even aware of it. But I think most people are sort of shy to go full idealism. That's why I always say, I think, like you said, that panpsychism is the gateway drug to idealism.
It is. It absolutely is.
Yeah, it just kind of leads to that. Anyways, let me play this a little bit more, see what Ian has to say.
That our attempts to explain consciousness as something that somehow mysteriously is secreted by matter have had absolutely zero success. I think you're absolutely right to stress that it's not as though we've got nearly that.
And see, he's been guilty of that because he used to be a guy that used to always talk about how consciousness just is if you just put enough matter together in the right way, consciousness pops out, kind of like a genie. That's what he said.
That's like what's his name? Tom. Is his name Tom?
I don't know who.
Dude who had the debate with Bernardo Castro.
Oh, yes, Tom Jump.
Yeah, T-Jump.
Yes.
Did he make that same argument?
Yep. He said he said, in fact, you could even if you put enough water valves together, pipes.
Yeah, yes.
If you just put enough, even those pipes would be consciousness.
Yeah.
I don't know how he got to that, but
a little bit more will explain it. In fact, that way of thinking is to make a category mistake, in my view. So, but it's a bit unfair, but you did say, and I know this is a difficult question to answer, that putting together these particles somehow comes to higher levels of consciousness. Can you gloss that a little bit? If a particle has a sort of consciousness, then what's going on as it increases in consciousness?
See, this is the part I don't agree with. That runs into what he's alluding to, which is a combination problem. Like, how do you explain that just by putting enough conscious, particles together, which, number one, particles aren't little marbles, okay?
They're just potential.
Yeah, they're just potential fields. Exactly. They're not even, so they're even abstractions. They're not even what he's trying to like make it look like. See, this is the thing I don't understand about materialists. They like to misframe shit all the time. Like, oh, if you just put enough particles together, you'll build up, kind of like how you build walls out of bricks. There's no wallness in the brick. It's like, no, dumbass. The particles aren't like, they're not marbles. They're not little things. You know what I mean? They're
right
fields, like you said.
They're fields of energy, if you will.
Yeah.
Information, raw data.
Yep, raw information and data. That's exactly. And the data becomes apparent when you observe it. So that's the observer problem,
Business becomes more sophisticated and more prevalent, apparently.
People get a bit confused by it because you're thinking about human consciousness, which is incredibly rich and sophisticated, the result of millions of years of evolution.
Allegedly.
But consciousness comes in all shapes and sizes, right? The consciousness of a sheep is quite much simpler. Consciousness of a snail, if a snail has experience, is much simpler still. Do bed bugs have experience? And as we move to simpler and simpler forms of life, we find simpler and simpler forms of conscious experience. So the panpsychist view is this keeps on going down to the basics. Fundamental particles having ludicrously simple forms of experience to reflect their very simple physical nature. So it's not like the electrons thinking, is it Tuesday yet? Or, feeling existential angst or something. Just again, it's a little bit Copernican maybe, because we're not putting our consciousness at the center of things. Our consciousness is just a highly evolved form of what fills the universe, I think.
Yes, and if we come to talk, as I imagine we will at some point, about the issue of whether AI can be conscious, the consideration that we tend to think in terms of our own experience as the sort of the standard whereby we're looking at other things, explains the ease with which people leap to the idea that this system may be conscious.
Yeah,
but I wouldn't entirely, we don't want to go there, I think, immediately. I don't know, happy to go wherever you like, but I think that AI and consciousness, I wouldn't want to dismiss it. I wouldn't want to say this could never happen. But
right, like AI being conscious, there's no real logical problem with that, but at the same time, I don't know if that's possible, because right now I don't see any reason to think that AI is even intelligent. Like it's kind of a misnomer.
I think it would come down to you know, whether or not just carbon-based matter could contain consciousness. I see it like a form of containment, or even like inhabit. You know, it would have to be, because everything is a system. I see everything like in a sense of a system. Your body is a system. So it would just depend on if it would be the type of system that could actually sustain consciousness. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
I agree, it's not impossible, but I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you what type of system would be able to sustain it. You know, that's the question.
Yeah. That's my thought, because I kind of look at the brain as kind of like a computer. It's kind of like a filtering device. It kind of like filters our thoughts and perceptions and limits our intelligence, because other animals have brains, but their brains don't allow them to do the things humans do, and think
Right.
in abstract terms and things like that. So I see brains as sort of like a computer. It does calculations, it does a lot of things. I mean, it's not absolutely a computer, but it has a computer like thing. And I think that's where this whole simulation theory comes from. It's like, well, we created computers, so maybe reality is kind of like trying to be like what we do, make computers to, like, no, dude, we make computers because we're mimicking reality. We're
Right.
mimicking nature. It's like we're doing what nature's already doing. But the thing that nature's doing is it's doing quantum computation all the time. Like, that's how
Right.
quantum computers work. They hack into nature. It isn't like people create qubits. They don't program qubits. They get these things from atomic particles, and they use and they kind of massage the subatomic particles and this sort of field like we're talking about, because particles are
Mm-hmm.
just fields, and they're kind of using that in order to try to get it to do something, like, you know express like all these different possible solutions for something. But I don't know. Anyways, there's one more little thing I wanted to show before we start bringing folks on. Let me share this. This is from Keith Ward, and he's a Christian theologian, so I'm already kind of like, he's not my favorite because of that, and I know that's my bias. But he does make some good points, and he's also sort of leaning towards idealism now, even as a Christian, which is really odd.
So which one is the Christian theologian, the older guy?
Old guy, yeah.
It's like, why personally do you think like idealism is the best option out there with regards to philosophy of mind? So if you're going to make like a brief case for idealist, what would you say?
Well, I say that all human knowledge begins with experience. I think nobody could deny that. So experience is something you can't deny, because that's where you're beginning your knowledge from. And experience, if you think about it, is thoughts and feelings and intentions and perceptions. And all these are mental phenomena. So if those are the things which you know first, well, you can never deny that they exist. And that's what extreme materialists do. They deny there are such things at all. So I don't know what they're doing when they say they're thinking. But idealism is a very natural thing to think. Once you say knowledge begins with experience, well, then you can probably, doing a thought experiment, think, well, there could be perceptions and feelings without any physical body. I mean, there's not in our case anyway, but there could be. There's nothing logically impossible. It's not absurd. So you've already got the possibility of mental phenomena without physical phenomena. And that I think idealism is the most obvious sort of philosophy, and most philosophers throughout history have been idealists. While the vast majority of philosophers have been idealists, even if they don't use that word.
Yeah, I agree with that. Even Philip Goff, like we said before, he seems to be saying two things at the same time. He's trying to keep materialism by talking about panpsychism, well, they're kind of both come up together, but then he admits that I can't imagine how physical can cause consciousness, but I can easily see how physical appearances can come out of a conscious experience. So he's sort of like saying two things at the same time. And I think a lot of people do that. And I think
Right.
physicalism has the obvious issues and problems to discuss, you know. Well, what do you think?
Well, that's because he hasn't crossed over all the way, but it's probably inevitable.
Yeah.
Like there's
Yeah.
part of him still holding on to materialism, but then, you know, he's kind of leaning towards idealism, and he's just kind of in the middle.
Yeah, and that's why Philip Goff recently converted to Christianity, because he was a real big, strong atheist, and he was a hard atheist, and he was a materialist. But then he started moving into this panpsychism idea, and really he got convinced of that. And then because of that, he says, well, then that makes Christianity probably the best fit, because Christianity is kind of that dualism. It's kind of like it's saying that there's this spirit or this mentation, consciousness, whatever you want to call it, and the physical. That's what Christianity and Abrahamic religions talk about. So he says, so he's kind of concluded that Christianity is probably true, because it acknowledges materialism, and it also acknowledges the spirit world. So that's the truth. But then when he actually went to talk, he thought that it was a good idea to go talk to all these apologists, because he thought he was one of them all of a sudden for some reason. And if you ever watch that video, it's hilarious, because all the apologists are like, tell him that he's a heretic.
It just depends on how you interpret the Bible.
Yeah, exactly. And he's trying to interpret it in light of panpsychism. And I'm telling you, man, these theologians, they don't like that, because you know they want control, man. They see that, you know, there's this God, and you can't say, because he's also trying, like I said, Philip Goff seems a little confused. He's trying to say non-dualism because of panpsychism, that they're both one and the same. Material and the consciousness are both the same thing, which is kind of like idealism. But then the apologists were like, no, now you become a heretic. Now you're trying to make yourself God, because if everything's one thing, ultimately it logically leads to us being maybe parts of God or something, and that's not acceptable.
And
well,
why is that not acceptable?
Because it's sinful. You're trying to make yourself God. You know, that's what they tried to stone Jesus for. That's what they, you know, he's like, you can't do that. That's for Jesus. Only Jesus could have said that, but we can't say that.
But Jesus said he's in you and you are in him.
Right.
That's what he said. I'm sure he wasn't talking about sex.
Yeah, Buddhism does. Yeah, panpsychists, there's a lot of Buddhist panpsychists too. But there's a lot of idealist Buddhists as well. I met a Buddhist priest once, and
idealism just kind of fits into any and everything.
It really does, because it's basically saying that everything you experience is just a oneness, you know.
Because every religion is trying to express the same thing in their own way. It's all the same soup warmed over, and it's just always the same freaking story over and over and over and over. And everyone's kind of trying to say the same thing, but like that's the problem. What I would never call myself a Christian, for the simple fact that there are many Christians who are complete literalists, as I call them, and they take the scripture too literal, to the point where it loses its metaphysical meanings that could actually be edifying to the soul. Like there's nothing edifying about believing that I can walk on water, because we know that's physically not possible. So what the hell? It must be telling me something deeper than that. And I was talking to somebody in the group about that the other day. I was never the person to look at something like that and think, oh yeah, I'm supposed to believe that I can walk on water. No, there must be a deeper meaning behind that. And that's kind of how I live my life. I look for the deeper meanings.
Right, because the way that reality appears to us is through law-like consistency. There's patterns to reality. Like we don't go jump off mountains, we don't go walk in front of trains and shit, because we know there's a consequence to our actions and everything, and it's always
Right.
law-like, consistent, and everything like that. And so, yeah, I agree. Anyways, we have Mason Papai on with us today. How you doing, sir? Did I pronounce your
Good.
name? Did I butcher
Hi,
you good enough?
Mason. Nice to meet you
Pepe.
finally.
Pape, gotcha.
Hi, Sophia. How are you? So,
I'm good.
I'm listening to a little bit about what we're talking about, and I think it would be helpful to read this Hermetic axiom. I think it's quite on subject. The all in all, while all is in the all, it is equally true that the all is in all. To him who truly understands the truth hath come great knowledge. And it got me thinking about creationism, how people in different cultures believe that the universe was created. And I found a very big hole in the Bible whenever I started looking at the Garden of Eden, because if knowledge is true evil, right, then that means us trying to understand things is somehow a sin. So I really like Socrates because of his quote, true knowledge is understanding that I don't know anything.
Yes.
And all these different religions are coming from different perspectives. Like, how, have you ever played telephone in school where, you'll say one
Yeah.
message to the first person, then the next person will say the same thing to the next person, and eventually it goes around and then it comes out a completely different message.
Hmm.
I think that's exactly like what we're talking about. How one message can be convey well can be interpreted many different ways. Like um, say um, like you were saying, like you were talking about literalism, like people that take scripture literally rather than ideologically, right? There are
Right.
lots of quotes in the Bible. In fact, I have a book called Misquoting Jesus, and it's about the story of who changed the Bible and why. And a lot of people would use references from the Bible and basically misquoting it, like using it as a means to justify an end. And I find a lot of people are controlled by fear. I think true knowledge comes from facing one's own fears, and I think the limitations we place upon ourselves comes from a place of limitations. You don't know what is possible unless you try, um, unless you face your fears, unless you get out of your comfort zone, so to speak. I think that, like,
But I
understanding
think,
that I don't.
if I might add to that,
Go ahead.
I was going to add to that, the whole thing about eating of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. I think it's just talking about just that. In order to create meaning, we have to go through what we call duality. And once you taste of duality, you're also going to suffer, and that's the evil that we perceive.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of a necessity to go through that, though, if you're going to create any kind of meaning, because that's how we create meaning, through suffering, through the duality, through the contrast. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like walking through the fire, like an like a diamond analogy. Yes.
Yeah, and I think with words, we automatically, when we put words to something, that is beyond description, that almost creates like a propagandized belief. Like whenever you like say God is a describe God as a male deity, everybody
Right.
starts like, why don't we end our prayers in a woman? Why don't we say a woman at the end of every prayer? You know, it's just a thought, you know? It's like whenever you picture like the one God, the one creator, there are what, 72 different names for God, but in
It's always a masculine.
Judaism, and then in Islam, they have like 99 different names for God, and all these different religions, they have all these names for gods. So how could it truly be one God? They're all describing the same omnipresent. So to be exclusive to like the one God theory, like is like shooting yourself in the foot, because you're saying everybody is created in God's image. So that means that God is everywhere and all in one. But what if one is all, you know?
Many different aspects to one thing, one whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
So Al asked the question: is words degrade signals? So how are we to communicate then?
Well, it's not that symbols don't have meaning, right? We use symbols to communicate, but we don't want to get hung up too much on symbols because, like I was telling somebody earlier in the group, I mean, you can't just say it's all the same. We distinguish between things for a reason, but it's only to help us navigate this, you know, rough terrain, so to speak. We should never confuse it for the real thing, basically.
Right, like words are just pointers, and some languages are better than others. Like I think mathematics is a really a more precise language than say English, because mathematics is very rigorous.
English sucks.
It really does, man. It does.
Whoa.
What's up,
English is
Alex?
like English is like some kind of spell. You can just make anything mean anything with English.
Yeah, even the same word can mean different things.
Yeah, like what the hell?
Like when they told me dogs make noises and it's called barking, and then they told me that trees have bark, I was like,
It's
wow,
like
why are they so silent then? Why are the trees never making the same noise as dogs? That's being
it's like
smart.
English is the master manipulator or something.
Yeah. My nose is running. My
Well, I think you're
refrigerator is running.
expecting. I think you're expecting too much from the English language. In other words, you're barking up the wrong tree.
Yeah. That doesn't make sense. Good one. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Hey,
I always say
let
this.
me hit that blunt you must be smoking over there.
Okay. It's like words
Oh
don't
my
have
goodness.
intrinsic meanings. Words have usages, and a lot of people get hung up on words. They get really semantical, and you can use semantics as kind of like a shell game with people if you don't really understand that principle.
Right. I hate semantics.
I would like
Yeah.
to say that it's very fascinating. What was I going to say? How the more evolved we get technologically, the more backward we become. Like
Yeah.
the more technology, the more advanced it becomes. It's like the more debilitated all of humanity becomes.
Hey,
It's like we
man,
become
You noticed
dependent
that, didn't you?
I'm not handicapped. I'm handy capable. But Al Harding says, and I agree with him here, except for one thing. He missed an S. Words have objective definition. No, they have objective definitions. Like if you look in the dictionary, they have all these
That's right.
different entries to words. Like you've got different entries to words. It's like running. Running can mean like what you do with your feet when you want to win a race.
Also, words evolve.
and words evolve, right? They have different usages. Objectively, yeah, true. Some are more popular than others, but that's why that's why in philosophy, so much time is spent in philosophical debate or discussion, defining your terms, well, what do you mean by reality? It's like you have to really drill down on what we mean with these words. And then Logan, what's going on, Mr. The Uncarved Block? That's Logan. Check his channel out. He's got a lot of interesting stuff going on at his channel too, the Uncarved Block.
Hey,
He says,
Logan.
yeah, Logan, jump in if you got a chance, man. He says, interestingly enough, just looked it up. Tree bark and dog bark have different origins. Wow, okay. That's interesting. Al, it goes back to the top of your head. Your reality is not reality. Easy one to disprove. Okay. And
Al, get your ass up in here.
yeah, come on in here, man. So Wittgenstein. Love it. Hey y'all, yeah, we're just saying shout out to Logan, man. But yeah, man. Oh boy, we got my main man Cafe. He actually dude, you got to pop in too, man, because he actually put a Dubshine artwork together for me, which I thought was really cool. He did it by hand and everything, so I was really impressed, man.
Have I seen that?
No, I haven't even sent it to you, man. It was like a few weeks ago. He had sent me.
Well, why you ain't show me?
I think because he wanted to improve it, and he said he wasn't done, so he wanted to wait till it got done before anything. So, reality has different levels to it. Yes, that's another thing we're going to talk about, Caleb, and you can bring your ass in too, because we need to talk about that. We got so many levels of reality, which really makes our point about a whole lot of different things regarding idealism, especially non-dualism. So, anyways, like with
let's go.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to see if you wanted to go over some of the comments.
Yes, that's what it is. Yep, I was about to say that. Go ahead and let's talk about some of these points. Set it up.
Damn it. Hold on, cuz. Hold on, cuz.
What's up, man? What's up, cuz?
Hey, Cafe.
Hey, what's up? Hell
doing,
yeah.
man?
Yeah, you're damn right about that. I was gonna show you. Let me see. I have Scott, a calligraphy pen, man.
Yeah, that's right. The calligraphy pen. Show it, man.
Yeah, and see if I can do fancy ass. Oh my god. I'm gonna, I have to do Scott. And
Whoa.
but no. The fanciest. Nah, I have to practice that. But it's a little like that. But I like it because it has a distribution of a certain ink. I have multiple of these pens. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I have another one here.
So you know what it is?
There you go.
Yeah. It has different.
But I had to chime in because you're talking about reality, and I've been going back and forth with Jim Burrows. You know this guy?
Yes, Jim Burrows. He's from Atheist Experience. He's very closed-minded, but he's a smart guy. Don't get me wrong. And he makes a lot of good points, but he seems to be pretty hard to talk to about certain metaphysical things.
Oh yeah. I have this back and forth right now with him that I'm like, okay, I don't want to waste this opportunity. I want to let me take this as a golden opportunity to try to show these hosts that there's something here. And no, of course it's met with the same disdain and closed-mindedness that it's commonly debunk, dismiss, discredit. Craig Reed likes to say, they it's almost like, okay, they give you the benefit of the doubt. They make you believe that they're there to be open-minded, and they're going to hear you out. But when it comes down to it, these atheist communities, these shows, like, they ultimately believe their position is like, the standard on high. It can't be challenged. Like, oh shit, okay. Well, then never mind. Why did I call in the first place? I apologize.
Right. See, you forget.
It's very dogmatic, though.
They're solipsists. The thing is, you
Yes.
are engaging in their mind, so you weren't invited. So they're just going to push that thought out because they don't like what you introduced.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, even beyond that, like, if you follow that mindset of, the atheist, the skeptic, so on and so forth, they can never have certainty whatsoever. So they,
Right.
by definition, they have to be, solipsistic.
Yeah.
Like, they have to always think like, okay, what if we're in the Matrix? What if
you're a brain in the vat?
Yeah, brain in the vat. Yeah, so on and so forth. Like, they can never escape from that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
They always bring it up every time I talk to them. They're like, yeah, but if you're a brain in the vat.
It's so annoying, man. Like the pink unicorn.
Yeah,
the
pink
flying
unicorn.
spaghetti monster, the leprechaun,
Sky Daddy.
The Sky Daddy, the universe
farting
the
farting
pixels.
pixels.
Yeah, so on and so forth. Like, well, get the fuck out of here, man. Like,
Yeah, man.
They have this whole script.
Yeah, hell yeah. Like, yeah, it's such fucking bullshit. Like, and they don't even realize it. Like, they think that these are like some fucking superb points that they're making.
Right.
Like,
they think that they're thinking outside of the box.
Let me bring up the leprechaun real quick.
Yeah, the leprechaun. Yeah.
Yeah, this is surely going to take down classical theism for sure.
See, this is why when I talk to people like that, and usually atheists are big time materialists. They love to brag about that. So what I do is I use those same sort of arguing points against their point. Like, I'm like, so you're a materialist. So, materialist bottoms out at 10 to the minus 33 centimeters, which is the Planck scale. So beyond what is it? And they're like, so you just believe in leprechauns. That's like saying you believe in leprechauns, farting, pixies that fart. I always use the same shit.
You see, but that's why I love you, man. Because like, I think we're on the last time we had Alejandro and we were talking about the eternal return.
Oh my God!
And,
not Alejandro.
and Alejandro was like, are you saying that we're gonna, this moment is gonna be echoed in eternity? And you were like, yes, we talk about this every time. Like, every time you come on, they're like, oh yeah. I love that, dude. I love when you brought that up.
Yeah.
And that was like the perfect point to bring up to him, man. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't realize, like, that's what Nietzsche deals with, like,
right.
Yeah. Deja vu, means that this moment is an echo in the cycle of eternity. If you really fathom that to its furthest extreme. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Logan, I hosted a debate. 2 of them, because it had to be continued because it got so out of hand on the first one. Logan and Alejandro went at it, and man, Alejandro literally freaked the fuck out, man. And it's like, he's one of those rage quitters. I think when you were on Cafe, I think he rage quit on that one, if I remember correctly. I know he's done it a few times, but then
Alejandro is nuts. Let's just put it out there.
Yeah, he's nuts. And Logan went off on him too and started cussing and stuff. And a lot of people were like, you shouldn't have done that or whatever. But it's like, it's kind of hard to do that with Alejandro because he's very
particular.
Arrogant. Yeah,
in his theology. Yeah.
And he boxes you into so much. It's like he tries to like he told me, he goes, let me ask you, is there a tallest tree? And I'm like, I'm sure there is. My case closed. Yeah. That proves God. That proves my God, because I define my God as the greatest. And if you're saying that there's a greatest tree, well, you've just conceded the debate. So I'm done. Like what?
Whatever.
And then one time, me and Sophia had him on one time, and we were talking
I was
about
just saying,
morality.
remember that time? Yeah, remember that time when I was saying that we should get to the, to the root of the problem when it comes to crime, like why
Yeah.
it happens in the first place.
Yep.
And then he had his own interpretation, and he starts yelling at him. He's like, "Just say you're soft on crime. Just say that. Just say you're soft on crime." And I'm like, "Oh my God."
Yeah, he said, and I started talking about it too, and he says, "Yeah, you're a real lawyer, aren't you?" I was like, "What?"
Lawyer.
Yeah, lawyer. And I was like, so I said, no, let's put it this way. Who's more moral? The person who's in the bank, picking up the dollar to give it back to the guy who dropped his $10 on the ground, who's not being watched by a camera or anything, and he knows this 100%, and he gives the money to the person who dropped the money? Or is the person who gave the money because he knows he's being watched by a camera? Out of those two people, who would you think is the more moral? And what did he say, Sophia?
He fucking said it's the one that's being watched by the camera. Are you serious, my nigga?
Yeah. It's like, what? It didn't make any sense. Yeah, Herrera can see more than a lot of people. Might be a talking point.
That's basically whatever. What he's basically saying is that people need to be lorded over because people don't have enough morality within themselves. That's what he's really saying, and he's only projecting how it is for himself because that's how he is. Like he's the type of guy that punches walls and stuff when you're not looking because he really wants to kill you and stuff.
Yeah. It's like, and by answering that way, he only bypasses the thought experiment. It's like, oh man, that's dope, man. That is cool. That is cool, bro. Yeah, man.
Something like that.
Caleb, you came on and I forgot. How are you doing, man?
Doing all right. Just eating some ramen while everyone's talking.
Ramen. Where'd you get it
from?
Some
ramen?
Some homemade.
Oh, homemade ramen. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Homemade ramen?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Well, my wife is amazing, so.
Yeah. That's awesome, man.
Cool.
Man, last time I ate ramen, man, I got so sick. It was actually snowing down here in Florida, and I didn't go to the store because Sophia was like, you better go to the store before that snow builds up. But I was like, man, this is fucking Florida. That snow ain't going to be more than 5 centimeters. Man, that shit turned to be 10 inches of snow out here. Can't drive in it. So I was like, damn, I'm starving. I didn't even get the groceries like I was supposed to. Now I got to get it now. And it's too snowy. So I went out there. Well, I was like, I can't leave the house. So the only thing I had in the house was ramen that had been in my, drawer in the kitchen for like 2 years. So I like put the shit in there, boiled it up real good. That's something. It's ramen. I'm going to eat it. Man, I pigged through the fucking ramen. I was so starving, man. And dude, when I finally got out to get groceries, I went to this. The only thing that was open was this little Dollar General store in the hood somewhere. That was the only thing open. So I drove in there, and there's this big long line of folks, man, standing outside the Dollar General. So I just stood in line to get in and go shopping. Man, halfway through, man, I got sick as a dog.
That's when you called me.
Yeah, and I was like on the floor. I had to sit down because I was dizzy, and all these people like, hey, man, you all right, man? You going to make it? You going to be all right? I was like, I don't know. Then the cashier was like, man, you want me to call an ambulance or what's up, man? What's going on? You going to be all right, man? Don't be dying in my store now. So I had to get up on my feet, man, and man, I was like, God damn it. And I puked my brains out. Boy. But
yeah, you selfish
ramen,
bastard.
Caleb.
You better not die in somebody else's area of responsibility.
And I also felt like asking
them, go die in the privacy of your own home.
Yeah, I want to die in your store, dumbass. People in the hood are weird. They like take everything personal, even where you die. Don't be dying in my house, motherfucker. Don't be bleeding all over my carpet. So Caleb, I take it your ramen is pretty good though.
Oh yes, made with love.
Made with love. There you
I
go.
wonder if ramen is an expression of consciousness.
I mean,
It is.
yeah, probably.
That or Jesus.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. My noodles have formed into Jesus. I see him there. Yeah.
Pareidolia. My ramen is giving me pareidolia. Oh, silly man.
Man, we're silly today. What's going on?
Yeah.
Something's in the ramen.
Yeah. And
I wanna.
Mason's got that book, and where can we get your book, man? Because I
It's
want
on
to check it out.
Amazon. You can just
Amazon,
type in.
cool. That's a nice cover, man.
It's from my
Oh,
group, bro. Recognize it?
wow. Yes, actually, I do now. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah,
That's
that's cool.
cool.
Me and Sophia working on a book, man, and we were trying to we're putting ideas and stuff together. I've got a series of the book. I actually put like a little series, and I kind of used like a a different voice, and I kind of made it in a very like idealism for dummies or whatever. Like, because you know how there's always these
Mhm.
there's these very intellectual, very philosophical expressions of idealism. It has a very rich history. I didn't want to come off like that. I want our book or our presentation to be more down to earth and more common sense and more understanding. So we're kind of putting something like that together.
Just simple where anybody can understand it.
Speaking of being down to earth, I would like to get people's opinions on what they think about how society structures norms and what is normal and what is perfect. What are your thoughts?
Say that again. I was reading a comment.
What is
Me too,
normal?
sorry.
What is normal and what is perfect? What are your thoughts on how society
Yeah, let's
frames that?
It's ever changing, man. Especially with psychedelics and artificial intelligence. Like you can't really cast it in a way that is predictable. So,
but that's how laws are formed and stuff. Like they're like that's normal. That's not normal.
Yep.
This is socially acceptable. That's not. And how these superficial things make people lose their morals and instead of being authentic and presenting themselves to the outside world authentically and just being themselves.
I think what's normal is usually defined by what society agrees upon, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I agree with that. I think there has to be something more, something that is the underlying truth, so to speak, that we should align with. But at the same time, though, that can be expressed in many ways. So I will agree with Cafe that it's not so black and white,
No, I'm gonna agree with you, but like if you're gonna like sharpen it, I would say to you, Mason, this is where I kind of landed with I'm pretty sure you've heard of in Christianity, the original sin. I'm pretty sure you've heard of that notion.
10 Commandments.
Yes.
I
And
was
so
I was at a synagogue today, actually.
One interpretation of the mystics is that they see original sin as the original separation from the subject-object dichotomy, like from your bodily entity from the rest of the world. When you have that division, then you can then all sin comes into play. You can get a leg up on one another. You can rape, you can sin, you can murder, you can so on and so forth. But it's
Kill
only
in the name of God.
Okay, veteran Selena.
yeah. But you see, you have to have that original division first. That's what original sin, the original line between self and other. And I for me that makes a lot of sense. For the mystic sees all as one. It's a self love, all for all sentient beings. For all creatures. For everything. And so, as long as you have that divine principle, that agape, then the only thing that can counter that is this perception that we're separate entities, and like that's where the division starts. And people bring up the examples like Nazi, like they're gonna come kill you and all that. You know what I mean? Like hide them in the basement. But you see, that wouldn't even come to play if they were playing the same game. The Nazis adhered to this rule too, that you cannot kill. You know what I mean? Like
what gets me is the whole new covenant versus the old covenant, right? Where they have like these absolute 10 commandments in the Old Testament.
Yes.
But for some reason, because you're a Christian, you don't have to abide by those. You can eat bacon.
No, I wouldn't put it that way. You're talking about the law of the covenant, Mosaic law. Those were, kind of laws, in the same way that we add laws in our, modern law, like we add stipulations, like real detailed stipulations, like, don't beat your slave beyond the second day. You know what I mean? This aimed to mitigate slavery. You know what I mean? Like to assuage it, because imagine if that was there.
But one second though. Let's get back down to the topic though. Let's relate all of this stuff to the nature of reality, because we have a lot of people that want to hear more about that, what we first discussed. Because I definitely love that conversation about slavery in the Bible and interpretation and hermeneutics. All of that stuff is cool. But if you think about it too, you can kind of take what you just said and apply it to nature of reality. Like we were talking about norms. And if you think about,
that was what I was getting at with
I kind of felt that. And so like the way I'm looking at it is in terms of naive realism. Like when we're talking about metaphysics, which we're talking about nature of reality, what reality is, we're talking about ontology, metaphysics. So how does norms play into that or relate to that? Well, I would say it kind of points to realism, what we consider real, right? Like what is real? What do we mean by that? And so we have to be careful not to fall into this trap, in my opinion, to fall into naive realism, which is a psychological thing.
Yeah, where you like make excuses like killing in the name of God, even though murder is wrong.
Well, even deeper than that, naive realism is the human tendency to believe that what we see, the world around us, is objectively, and that people who disagree with us must be uninformed, irrational, or biased. So naive realism is sort of like a cognitive bias, right? It's psychological, and it's to think that just because we perceive things to be a certain way, that we assume that this is the way reality is in itself.
As if we're all raised by the same parents and the same upbringings.
Well, that too, but even beyond that, you could say that let's say when you look at the tree out in front of you, or you look at the red apple in front of you, what are you really looking at? Are you looking at a physical thing? And then what is a physical reality? What does physical even mean? If we are actually stuck and we are epistemically kind of stuck within our consciousness as an interface to reality, then how do we really know what things really are ontologically?
Yeah, you kind of sound like Morpheus there, is the reality just interpretation of electrochemicals by the brain,
right?
Is our interpretation of reality via the brain, you can't ultimately trust that, hence naive realism, or are we extracting reality precisely as it should be perceived, which is apparently not the case. All species interpret reality differently. So no one has God's truth.
Well, some people can say, well, reality is what has a consequence to you. So while the train that I don't want to jump in front of might not really be the way that it appears, or as it appears. It might be some form of energy or something I can't really describe in words. But as it appears in my brain filter, in the filter of my perceptual organs, it comes off like a shiny, speeding, silver, long, fucking, 1,000-ton object that I shouldn't step in front of, because if I really do, it'll kill me. And this consequence is real enough for me to take it as a real thing. And so there's different levels, like Caleb was talking about, of talking about reality. Like we can talk about it in that way, like as it appears to us, and the consequences that it actually
We can
really
also
does
make it
have.
a little more simple.
Yep. Or we can make it very
Sorry.
simple and very fundamental.
We can make
and
it a
all of
little
that.
more. We could say that reality is just a form of expression. And usually, like, let's say you love somebody and you want to show them that you love them. You could give them a gift, and that's a form of you expressing your love. But does that, like, is that all of it? No, you could never really express it fully in that way. You see what I'm saying?
Or
Right.
I think Scott would
Where'd he
like.
go?
Oh, I think Scott would like this one. That show, The Big Bang with Sheldon. Yeah, there's a funny joke in there. He says, like, you want to know how I know we're not in the Matrix? And he takes a bite out of steak. He's like, because the food isn't that good. Like,
yeah.
Mocking that scene where Cypher is like, oh my God, like, ignorance is bliss. I can live in this forever. I mean, that's the way I would address, the problem of solipsism, because I think that's ultimately what you're trying to, come at, I don't know if you're familiar with this notion of Aldous Huxley's mind at large.
Yeah.
So he had this idea that right now, as we speak to each other, right now as we interact, our minds are actually filtering reality as we speak. And, there is moments that we can discern reality at its fullest, infinite, spectrum inside, so-called mystical experience, visionary revelation, religious revelation, so on and so forth. And when you get this glimpse, you have a temporary glimpse of, a totality. And, if there is a totality there, if you trust it, then it gives you confidence that there is no, trickery at play, that, it's kind of very similar to Rene Descartes, I think, therefore I am, but, he wasn't emphasizing mystical experience. But yeah, I mean, there has to be a trust there, you have to really trust that your own mind, your own consciousness can be likened to the divine, and you can have a certain glimpse of an omniscience. And if you doubt that, if you're skeptical of that, then you're forever going to be in the realm of, like, Jim Burrows, like we mentioned earlier, of, like, you're always going to be, you're always going to be in the Matrix. Like, you can never, you can never rule that out.
Right.
Whereas I think the theist, I think, like, inside the mystic, I think the mystic can rule that out.
Yeah, and you're right. And even a lot of neuroscience, forget even mystics and people like that, even neuroscience tells us that we don't really experience reality as it is, but it's kind of like a helpful user illusion. It's like an interface that makes sense because, as Donald Hoffman would say, evolution has selected for payoffs, payoff values, not necessarily truth. So we interpret things that kind of promotes our survival and mating, reproducing after our kind. That's what really our consciousness is helping us do on a physical level.
Yeah.
Whereas it's not really, we didn't really evolve to know quantum mechanics. That just happens to be a side effect of being able to do mathematics and do our abstract thinking, and luckily it just works. It's like, what do they call it? The unreasonable rationality of mathematics. It's like somehow the world appears to us in very law-like, predictable ways that we can make sense of, whereas other lower animals really can't do that. And so we have to kind of get out of our frameworks in order to understand the deeper things of reality, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you perfectly, very eloquently said the mind at large, the reducing valve of consciousness. So
Yes.
there's a small trickle of our consciousness that is dedicated to the here and now, for our survival, the three-dimensional space, so that we don't get hit by a car, or we avoid this, we avoid that, and but it keeps us away from the onslaught of infinite, perception, which is like William Blake, with all the mystics are talking about, like, when they stop and realize this revelation inside the contemplative state, like when they're no longer worried about their egoic, bodily entity in regards to, three-dimensional reality. Yeah, they can stop and recognize this totality, this unity amongst all things. And I think that's what it comes down to. And like a lot of atheists that I speak to, they're always like, oh, this is not real, it may not be real in the sense that you can knock on it or you can kick it or something like that, but it seems to be recognized throughout the religions, throughout the ages, throughout time immemorial, whether it's the nirvana of Buddhism or the Holy Spirit of Christianity, or the samadhi of Hinduism, so on and so forth. I think you get what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, I mean, for me, like, I have a opinion, and it's ultimately that our understanding of reality is sort of shaped by the stories we tell to explain like the world and how things works. And humans are natural storytellers. We make movies, books, everything, and our theories, whether in science, religion, or philosophy, they're still just narratives that help us make sense of the world. And these stories are very useful when they are, because they allow us to predict and manipulate our environment, but they don't necessarily correspond to some ultimate or absolute ontology. So our experiences just represent one subset of a much larger, more complex reality. So the limits of our observation, like say, as the Planck scale, where our current understanding of physics breaks down, demonstrates that there's much more about reality that remains beyond our grasp. And in the end, while we can build useful models to describe the world, these models are merely like approximations and stories that help us make sense of the unknown. But people like Jim Burrows take these models as gospel, like that. It's like, yeah, I can't find a contradiction within your framework, and that's fine. But you now have to, if you're going to put me through the same rigor, then you also have to explain your boundary constraints of that framework.
Yeah,
I
think he was trying to corner me on some they asked for evidence of God, bring it here, show it, put it in my hand. You know what I mean? Like if the assumption there is that you can prove the spiritual dimension by material means. You know what I mean? I, in my opinion, that's a category error, and it's one that they often make. And, I mean, you can argue against it, but I mean, like, how do you convince them otherwise? I'm like, man, your theology is way off. Like, I've given up. I'm like, fuck it.
I'd like to chime in.
Yeah, go right ahead, please.
I'd like to say something about the concept of peace. Is it a contradiction? Is it us setting up a limitation to ourselves? Are we procrastinating by sitting in a comfort zone and not taking, risks? Like a true brave heart. I don't, have you ever fed wildlife in nature, where you have to prove that you're not a threat to the wildlife for it to come eat out of your hand? Has anybody had to do that here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's the ultimate way to like picture what we're talking about is like the concept of something being a threat versus not a threat is like sometimes we perceive threats that aren't there because of our experience, our innate experience. So when like you're feeding a deer out of your hand, it's not going to approach you unless it feels safe enough to do so. And the nature of reality, a lot of us get stuck in this framework of what's safe and not safe, and we limit ourselves in that.
No,
Type 1 errors, type 1, type
Yes.
2 errors. Yeah.
I absolutely agree with you. Like it's not going to be handed. Evidence for the atheist is not going to be handed on a silver platter. It's something that you have to, coax into existence. Like you have to approach it like in the same way that you said the wild animal, feeding it. The atheists, if they wish to even come close to evidence, I would imagine they have to either practice some kind of spiritual discipline, or if it was up to me, I would inject them with DMT, but it's not up to me. So
Yeah. So I wanted to address this real quick because I really like to address and interact with the audience. So Caesar says that doesn't sound very idealistic, Scott, and he was saying that there's more to reality outside of what we can grasp mentally, which is a really good thing. I'm really glad you asked that question or pointed that out, because that kind of goes to a lot of misunderstandings about a naturalistic, idealistic sort of viewpoint. So what we're really saying, at least what me and Sophia are saying, is that there's a greater mind that we exist in, but we're disassociated. We're limited minds. And so this external world, which is the greater mind on idealism, we can't really know it directly or fully. We're kind of like very limited. We're only seeing a perception.
I say it is slightly different. I say that because, it's still the same thing, but it's a little different. I'm saying there's no separation between the mind and what's physical. That consciousness is basically just, you could call it a womb of creation. It's a place of potential, and out of that potential comes what we perceive or describe as mental, but also what is physical. So there is really no separation. The physical is just a different form of expression, but it all goes back to consciousness. So I like to say I'm a fractal of all that is. In that way, I'm physically a fractal of all that is, but I'm also mentally a fractal of what consciousness is, which is all that is. You see what I'm saying? So we're not saying we're God. If you want to call it God, that's fine. But, we're just a part of the whole.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
No,
Very good way to put it. Yeah, I like that.
I agree with it because, it is tricky because, when it comes to defining God and defining consciousness, ultimately they may be one and the same thing.
Right. But not the Abrahamic God. The Abrahamic God, I would like to refer to it. I would like to refer to it as an alter ego.
No, I agree with you. The sense that I'm imagining is like an ultimate form of consciousness where every permutation is present inside that mind. And that's the potential in each one of us. We all have that potential inside of us. And, we have to distinguish between, calling that God and calling this limited form in the mind that we speak from right now. That's why it's so hard to kind of phrase this and parse this out in linguistic, words, it can get confusing. But nevertheless, I think we know what we're aiming at. And yes, I think that potential that you mentioned is innate in each one of us, that God, by, ultimate consciousness, I would put it that way, or infinite consciousness, consciousness that has
infinite potential.
Boundaries. Yeah. No bound, no limitations, no boundaries. Ultimate consciousness is the innate in each one of us.
On that front.
And we glimpse it, I think, in mystical experience. I think we glimpse it, but we have to come back to this reality right here to try to put it into words.
Yeah.
And that's where we
Hey.
start losing each other. But nevertheless, I think the more we talk about it, the more we can refine our language and get a grip on it. Yeah.
So
On that
Jack,
front-
I want to say welcome Jack Devani for coming through, man. And he's asked the biggest, for me, in my opinion, the best question so far. And his question is, why does it even matter? And that's a great question to ask from his point of view, because he says, I'm an atheist and I believe in determinism, but at the end of the day, who cares? Really good, man. I'm glad. That's a really good question. And
well, can I say why it matters first?
I want everybody to go around and talk about why this metaphysical question even matters. So go ahead, Sophia, you go first.
Well, it matters because if consciousness is fundamental, but I don't believe that it is, I'm robbing myself of potential things, right? And we can see that consciousness is fundamental because that's the main thing that's always targeted. Because it used to be, you confine somebody and you put them in horrible conditions and then you can get the result that you want. But then people, they have figured out how to transcend that. That is what consciousness is. So consciousness is something that we have been taught not to focus on. Like we're supposed to just be unconsciously floating through here without being participants, really. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so I personally feel like by understanding that consciousness is fundamental, I can be a co-creator and I can actively participate. And this also makes me more responsible because now I have to be accountable. You see what I'm saying? And this is how we are supposed to be co-creators. So I think that it's crazy to say, why does it even matter? Not to be mean to you, but it matters because you want to participate in this thing that we call life.
Okay.
Yeah, on that note, I'd like to say, don't you think sometimes our instincts like save our lives, and then other times our instincts interacting with the world also can lie to us?
Well, I didn't say it was instinct though. It just depends. Like you have instinct and then you have intuition, and instinct can be wrong. Intuition. Well, I think what it is, people confuse intuition with feelings. And even though feelings aren't inherently wrong, they can be wrong. Whereas intuition is something else. Intuition is like an inner knowing.
Yeah.
They're two different things though, but people confuse the two.
Like, I know how I felt when my mother was cradling me. That was like the ultimate like feeling of like I'm like safe, I'm taken care of, like when my mother held me, you know? I think that's a great example for me to go back to when it comes to this concept of
So before we move
natural.
on to some other view, Jack is challenging Sophia, and he says you're just asserting those things. So how do you respond to that?
Well, asserting what exactly? Like, be more specific. I mean, consciousness is fundamental no matter what you do, no matter what type of mental gymnastics you do, nothing gets behind consciousness.
Gotcha.
Subjective experience is all we have. So how could it not be foundational? There would be no science to develop if there wasn't consciousness. You wouldn't have an opinion if you didn't have consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
I'll play devil's advocate, Scott.
What do you say to that question, Cafe?
Yeah. So, one of my favorite philosophers is Alan Watts, and he answered that by saying, "You only go on if a life is worth the candle."
Mm-hmm.
And what he meant by that is like, whether the passion outweighs the worth of life. And yeah, if it's not, then obviously you're gonna put the candle out. If I want to, I can end it right here, right now, and you can do that. There's nothing in philosophy that says you can't. Not even in religion. It says that you're gonna go to hell, whatever But the point is that I think, you know, when you who said it, a life unexamined is not worth living. I forgot which philosopher said that. But you know, I think it goes to the point that, you know, like, you know, Scott, you do these things every Saturday, man. You know what I mean? Like, if you didn't have a passion for this, you know what I mean? Like, if you were like, depressed and you know, you didn't have any motivation,
you wouldn't do none of this, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
You wouldn't be here speaking to each other,
right?
You know, and so
very
like,
good point.
Yeah.
Very good point. Very good
and
point.
so like,
Kate,
you know, you know, so like, you know, the whole thing with the life is worth the candle is that, you know, if the candle is worth it, you're gonna go for it, and usually it is the case that the candle is worth it, and you have to find some kind of passion. You know what I mean? Like, unless you close yourself off and you're closed-minded and like, you know, like fuck life and fuck everything, fuck you, I'm gonna fucking die. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you can do that, but you have to, you know, really close yourself off to all the permutations of possibilities that can
well, I mean,
for you.
right? I mean, people commit suicide all the time.
Yeah, yeah, it's real common.
You know, my answer to that whole question would be, it matters. Why does it matter? Well, that depends on a person's subjective values. Like, if a person values philosophy or they have fun talking about it, that's one way to look at it. Another way, you could look at the value. Maybe you're one of these humanists. Maybe you're someone who believes in unity of human beings and the planet and well-being and being empathetic and caring. Well, if you take a philosophy that promotes that, like a non-dualistic, idealistic sort of view, well, that naturally promotes that idea. And we've talked about like trans rights before. We talked about all these other things that are important to people's experience that we should respect. And that's what fuels that respect. It's what fuels that view. But anyways, we do have Jack. He came on. Jack Devani, how you doing, sir?
Hey, how you guys doing? I just saw you guys on YouTube here. I've been listening for the past I'd say like 15 minutes, and I figured I might as well just chime in.
And you're an atheist, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, congratulations, man.
Congratulations on being an atheist.
Yeah, because that tells me right there that you are skeptical about claims.
Yeah.
At least one claim. At least one claim, and that's a very important claim, is the God question. So hats off to that. So anyways, I want you to make some more points, because it seems like you have a lot of points in the
Yeah, I just feel like I've done so much like reading into philosophy that ultimately it's gotten me nowhere. I just feel like it's a waste of time, and at the end of the day, the only thing that I care about is just like taking care of my family, doing a good job, going to sleep at night. You know,
right.
Other than that, I like the question of, you know, whether or not, you know, the natural world is the same thing as consciousness, or whether or not like consciousness is fundamental, or any of these other things. Like, how does that affect my life? You know what I mean? Like we have more important things to talk about or to worry about than like.
Let me ask you this,
and maybe I'm being rude. I don't know.
No, you're not rude at all.
I don't see the point of it, really.
Okay, is it possible that your worldview, metaphysical view, could affect the way you behave, the way you understand the world, and the way you interact with the world? Do you think that's possible?
I think that whatever I believe, that's kind of not up to me. I don't believe in free will, right? And so it's like whatever I'm exposed to, I'm either convinced of it or I'm not. And like how I decide to act on like whether or not I'm convinced of something or how I want to live my life like after that, I don't even think that's up to me either. In the same way that if I expose the dog to a certain pattern of behaviors, then that dog is going to act differently than another dog that wasn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
yeah.
I understand it 100%. Yeah, I don't believe in free will either, at least in the libertarian sense. But I do believe that in influences, like I believe that everybody's causally connected in a dualistic sense.
Like a compatibilism?
Yeah, kind of like in a way, yeah, it's kind of like we don't have free will. I would say this. We don't ever have the free will to go against our wants, but we do have the free will to act on our wants as long as we're not being imposed upon by some external force.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call that free will. I would call that agency.
Yeah, agency. Yeah, free choice is what I usually call it. And what I would say to that too is that I also though believe that whenever people teach things or whenever people talk about views that they've learned, um, you can influence another person's mind. Like everybody's changed their mind at one point or the other based on information they've received, whether it's from a school teacher, a mystic, a preacher, a teacher, whatever it is. So as long as we have influential power in the world. That's the great thing. So if someone could teach you something, if someone could show you how God exists or how God doesn't exist or how, idealism is true or how materialism is true, it can have an influence on your behavior.
I mean, can you really teach somebody anything? I
No,
mean,
people
like,
teach themselves basically. I mean, in a colloquial term, like I
Right,
would say
right.
probably an influence. Like I can give you the information. You've got to actually, it's like you can lead a course to
That
water, but
depends on you. That depends all on you. If somebody can
Right.
teach somebody something, and everybody is at different stages. As a mystic, I would say consciousness expresses itself in various ways, and you're just one of those expressions.
Right.
Yeah, and there's also the philosophical quote that you cannot teach a man anything; you can only help him find it within himself. And I think that's where people have a contention with, like, can you teach someone anything?
Mhm.
And to build on your point, Scott, for me, Eastern philosophy was immense in my life because, man, I was the type of neurotic kid that couldn't sit still in high school. Like, I'm like, is this the right way to sit? Is this the right way to sit? Am I doing this right? Like,
Yeah.
man, dude, my fucking mind was going off fucking everywhere. And like when I discovered Eastern philosophy, I learned to just chill, relax,
Be more zen. Yeah.
peace. You know what I mean? What is that in Seinfeld? What did he say? Serenity now, whatever.
Mhm.
But yeah, it was major for me. Like, man.
Also, I would like to say something to Jack as well. Like he mentioned, we have more important things to do, like take care of your family and stuff. So do we. I mean, that's important to us too. We have
Yeah,
families.
you don't
We take care of our
necessarily
families.
right. You don't necessarily neglect one thing just because you also think about, like, you can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. In fact, I've seen that I'll be very honest with you. Like ever since I've been practicing non-dualism in my own life, I've become a much more caring person, more generous, more conscientious about the environment, because
More
I've started
patient.
to see a oneness there. I've seen like a real connection with the world around me. I've studied biosemiotics and things like that, which all are sort of offshoots or consistencies with idealism or non-dualism. And so, yeah, I've seen that's part of the reason why it matters to me is I've actually seen that effect in my own personal life. It's helped me become a better father, actually. It's helped me become a better person. I've been less stingy, angry, not accepting of reality how it is on its own terms. So instead of me trying to dictate how reality is, I let reality dictate how it is on its own terms. And what I've come to learn is that reality appears to you the way it wants to. So it works through you. And that's been a beautiful thing. It really helped me in my life. So I can speak on it personally like that. Does anybody else have a reason
I'd like
why?
to.
Yeah.
I'd like to read a little bit about this. The mental universe. It's in the Kabbalion. It's Hermetic principles. Says the universe is mental. held in the mind of the all. The all is spirit, but what is spirit? This question cannot be answered, for the reason that its definition is practically that that of the all, which cannot be explained or defined. Spirit is simply a name that men gave to the highest conception of infinite living mind. It means the real essence. It means the living mind, as much superior to life and mind as we know them, as the latter are superior in mechanical energy and matter. Spirit transcends our understanding, and we use the term merely that we may think or speak of the all for the purposes of thought and understanding. We are justified in thinking of spirit as infinite living mind, at the same time acknowledging that we cannot fully understand it. We must either do this or stop thinking of the matter at all. That's all.
Okay.
What?
Yeah, I just kind of see spirit, what we call spirit, as non-matter. Just because something breaks down all the way down to what we think is nothing doesn't mean it is nothing. It's just non-matter. And it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It's just non-matter. And as far as why I choose this path, it's because of my mystical experiences that I've always had since a child. And metaphysics and non-duality explains those processes and why I am the way that I am. So that's why I'm into this stuff, because that's just who I naturally am.
I'm really interested in the concept of transmutation, how you could take a negative thought and make it something positive.
Lemons to lemonade. There you go.
Hey, Al, how's it going, man?
But isn't that alchemy? Isn't that what we're talking about? How consciousness transforms into matter? Isn't that what we're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, what do you mean? How does consciousness transform into matter?
The real miracle.
Well, according to my model, we can make a logical inference that consciousness must possess the qualities of frequency. And we know the behavior of frequency through cymatics. We can observe how frequency shapes matter. So we know that during meditation, the mind affects the body. You know, you can raise your temperatures or lower your temperatures.
I just don't think that sorry for interrupting. I just maybe I just don't understand, because I don't think that there is really a mind or consciousness in that way. I think like whatever we call consciousness is.
Hold on. What do you mean you don't think that there's a mind or consciousness? Are you speaking to me right now, and are you conscious of it?
I believe it's more of an illusion.
But even an illusion requires a mind. You can be batshit crazy and delusional, and your delusion still requires a mind.
This is an interesting one.
What I'm trying to say is that the brain, consciousness cannot exist without the brain.
Okay, well, how did you measure that? How did you measure that?
Okay. I mean, pretty easy. You
That's
just
an
take
assumption.
like a drip.
I don't know what's written. You got to tell me how to measure that.
If I shot somebody in the head and their brain just blows out, like they're not going to be conscious anymore.
Right.
Yeah, you only stop that individual consciousness, but have you stopped consciousness as a whole? Has life stopped living without you? Or has it stopped living through you?
How do you know that consciousness existed before life existed?
How do I know that?
I mean, suppose
Are you
consciousness.
asking if the chicken became before the egg, or the egg came?
No,
before
I'm saying that, like the quote that was just read was like consciousness is infinite, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so what I'm trying to say is that in order for that to be true, then consciousness cannot be like something that is like, tied to life. Like it would have had to have existed
I also read that it
prior
can't be defined.
to life.
Well, great. How do you measure it?
Okay, something that
if you
can't be
do
defined
that,
is
then you
just nothing.
cannot define reality. Can you measure it?
If you
Yeah?
can't,
No?
Okay, so what's the point of a definition? Like, what's the point of even talking about something that if I can't define it?
Well, I was trying to explain it to you through my model. You know, I was trying to tell you that consciousness is primordial and it's just potential. Have you existed?
How do you know that?
Let me ask you this. Has the potential of you being alive existed before you were born?
The potential for me to be alive? Sure, I suppose. I mean,
there you go.
I
You
think
just
that
answered your own question.
Inevitable. It was inevitable that I'm alive. I just think that since the very beginning,
Perfect.
like it was all determined, right?
Perfect. So you kind of answered the question yourself.
Thank you.
Yeah, flip it around, Jack. If you flip it around, like Richard Dawkins says, we should live our life to the fullest because there's nothing after it. And Graham Hancock, criticized that. He's like, well, how does he know there's nothing after it? Has he died, explored nothingness, and came back to tell us that there's nothing after it? Like
what is nothing?
But how can consciousness survive brain death?
Because I'll tell you why.
It's just the brain that dies. It's not consciousness that dies.
Right.
The brain is just a modulator or a filter or whatever you want to call it.
Okay, but how would you know that my individual consciousness would survive my body dying?
Because
what do you
the
mean by
life you influenced while you were alive will be
Yeah,
at
but
your
I mean,
funeral
What you're talking about is your perspective. Your perspective dies with you. That's your ego. But consciousness doesn't die. It's just like energy. It's not created. It is not destroyed. It's just
so you're saying like consciousness is like a cloud service, and I'm tapping into the Wi-Fi of consciousness.
Kind of like
something like that. Yeah.
Sort of.
That's close.
Okay, well, how do you know that?
Because of the job of subjectivity. Let me put it to you this way. Nothingness. So when we think about nothingness, let's start here. Nothingness doesn't exist. Would you agree? I mean, that's kind of the definition of nothing. I'm kind of being rhetorical. So like nothingness is kind of hard to define. It's incomprehensible. It's a concept, but it's not really something anyone's ever experienced. All we ever experience is an experience, which is something of an experience, right? So even if you went down, let's say you went for, like I went for a surgery a couple years ago, and they gave me anesthesia. What I experienced under anesthesia was nothing. I don't remember anything about the time between the point when I went under to the point that I woke up. Consciousness only, it was just a stream. So that was like I closed my eyes and I was having an experience. So there's no such thing as experiencing a non-experience. So if you take that as an analogy to death, consciousness goes on, experience goes on. Maybe not your experience, maybe not the local memory, the local your local experience of you being you. All of that stuff is a construction. It doesn't even exist. It doesn't even exist
to define consciousness, because you say consciousness doesn't continue once one has died. But then what is consciousness?
Yes, but I don't. I mean, okay, I don't really care about other people's consciousnesses. Like, I only care about my own.
Right,
So,
your own. Right.
But
what is your own consciousness? That's the problem.
Yeah, he's not really defining consciousness. He's defining ego. Like,
yeah, you're defining
debating that, and he doesn't realize that.
Yeah, like
how do you know a girl will say no?
Solipsism.
How do you know a girl will say no before you ask her out?
Excuse me?
Yeah.
How would you know if a girl will say no before you ask her out? Like, you won't know unless you try. So sometimes we set up our own limitations too.
Wait. That's not a fair thing, because You pick up on like body language. No. You pick up on body language. People give hints. People give themselves up.
You can misinterpret that.
Where
So
do
answer his
these
question.
hints appear in?
My advice for you, Jack, try some mushrooms.
Yeah, no, I used to do mushrooms every Thursday. When I was in college.
But at a heroic dose, of course.
Try
holistically, please.
I've been there and back. I'm just not convinced that there's any consciousness outside of the brain.
I would say DMT.
Here's a better way to frame this. When you die,
there's a framing problem.
I don't believe in immaterial things. I don't believe in immaterial things.
When you
I
die,
believe only in the material world.
Don't you think people will remember you at your funeral? Like, you left an impact.
I don't give a shit. Yeah, I mean, no offense, but like once I'm dead, I'm dead. That's it. I don't think there's anything else after that. Like,
okay, but you not giving. Hold on. You not giving a shit that's your own truth, right?
Yeah.
Get him, Sophie.
Okay.
Can I use your scissor, please? For good access? Don't got a scissor, sir?
You also have no evidence whatsoever that there's nothing.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. Here's the problem I see with it. First, we have to define what do you mean by your own self, like your own consciousness? Because you said you don't care about other people's consciousness. I don't either. What I care about is my own consciousness too. But I understand that my own consciousness is more what you're really talking about is your own ego, like your own thinking, your own.
I'm just saying that whatever my consciousness is a like a byproduct of what my brain does.
But why do you assume that? What's the why?
I think you're right, Scott. Yeah, he's conflating ego with consciousness.
Right, but
yeah.
And now he's bringing in the brain duality. Why should we assume a duality exists?
Yeah, he's living in a subjective reality.
That consciousness is a cloud.
That's not reality.
I don't see a difference in the assumption here. Like, if you know what I mean. If you guys are assuming that consciousness is universal, and we all tap into it, then why? Is that the same thing? Aren't you guys assuming too?
If you conflate the two, you're not going to see a distinction between the two. You know,
you're living in a subjective reality. You're living in your own subjective reality, which is very disassociated from actual reality.
So
We're asking you to take a look at what reality is.
Facts in the world.
Say that again, Jack.
I mean, so you guys wouldn't say that they're like objective facts about the world that we could know?
No,
there are. But it's not your.
There are objective facts in the world. Yep.
As idealists, we don't deny physicalism. As I explained earlier, in my model, I describe how consciousness is potential, and it has the potential of frequency, where it uses frequency to modulate through observation. And observation is how energy and matter come into so-called existence, but it's not a creation, it's a transformation. So you got to think about it. When you break down matter all the way down to the tiniest so-called unseen particles, and it's just a field now, an invisible field. Logically, matter can also build up from that. You know what I'm saying? It can go that way and that way.
I like the way you put that. I don't know if Jack interpret that properly, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I have a hard time interpreting any inorganic matter as being like conscious.
Do you believe there's two sides to every story? If two people are involved?
Here's the assumption going in, because I used to be a materialist, so I used to think that the only thing that matters is matter, because that's the only thing.
Yeah. That's how I view it. Yeah.
But see, what I've also come to understand through just introspection, understanding epistemology, understanding science a lot, especially theoretical science, that deals with these more fundamental sort of things is that, for one thing, matter is an abstraction, as it turns out. It's really just, it boils down to a mathematical equation. Mathematical equations are abstractions of the mind, of consciousness. Everything that we say exists as matter appears in consciousness. So you can't get behind consciousness. It's what we're all stuck in. We're in an epistemic box, so to speak, right?
Yeah, Scott, what came first, the chicken or the egg?
Right. So you asked that. You asked what came first, consciousness. Well, that's assuming something. You're now assuming that there's consciousness and then there's matter. These two. How do we know that? How do we know that? It's just an appearance. If we look at it closer, we see that matter really isn't matter at all. Matter appears to us as this physical, solid, colorful, tasty, tactile experience. But it's still an experience within consciousness. So everything sort of derives from that. First of all, that's the first thing. So then if we want to start doing inference, like inferring like metaphysics, because metaphysics is not a science. Metaphysics is just philosophy. So if we're going to engage in philosophy and we try to compare the two things, we try to compare this materialistic view against a more ideal, then what makes more parsimonious sense is idealism, because you're not then assuming these unknown properties like matter. Like, what is matter? What is physical? What is that? When it only appears within our consciousness. And this is why,
but
I think philosophically, at least, analytically,
if human beings didn't exist, matter still would exist, but consciousness
How do you
would.
know that?
How do I know that?
Yeah, like if
human
no
beings
consciousness existed.
Wait, hold on. Because human beings did not exist forever. Like, we've only been around for, like, what, the last, like, 200,000 years? And, like, prior to that...
Let me back up. Let me back up. When you say, did matter exist before our consciousness, are you talking about your individual consciousness or consciousness as just a thing?
I mean, I suppose if you want to argue that, like, animals are conscious, then I guess, like, maybe, like, lower levels of consciousness existed among animals, but I guess that. Like, how I would look at consciousness is like the human experience, you know?
Okay. Well, I would agree with you. I can't really disagree with that because, like I said before, on idealism, on a naturalistic, analytical, idealist point of view, you know, when I die, you know, the world's still going to keep on clicking. Even if all the humans in the world, if this entire planet Earth dissolved, you know, the universe is still going to keep going on. It's going to keep, the planets will still be there, whatever, you know, but they won't be there as we describe them, as planet, as this, as that. Those are constructs.
Yeah.
But those things exist out there. We don't know what they are ontologically, but whatever they are, my leaning is that they are the product of a greater mind rather than just some innate.
It's
matter.
larger than our instincts, for sure.
Yeah. And part of the reason that drives me there is the whole hard problem of consciousness. Again, we, you know, on materialism, there are so many problems. You know, you've got the combination problem, demarcation problem.
Also, can we note that materialism is only a philosophy? Can we please keep that in mind?
Right.
And what is idealism? Isn't idealism just a philosophy as well?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there because materialists act like materialism is undisputable.
Yeah,
and I think that position would be wrong, but it is widely accepted, like for centuries now, and a long tradition of science is materialistic in its nature. So I feel like you idealists should be the one proving and not pointing out that assumptions of materialists are just assumptions, and
Okay, but we don't have to prove. We don't. Right, but we don't really have to prove the hard problem of consciousness, because in our framework, that problem doesn't exist at all. So you, as a materialist, you have to show that process that causes qualia from the brain, emergent from the brain.
And see, here's
Yeah,
another
I think
thing I wanted to.
That's
I want to mention something, because in the private chat, Caesar kind of feels like there is something very ideological and dogmatic about you guys. Come on, tough cookie. Let's actually hear each other out. Like,
indeed.
for me, I mean, speaking for me, and I know I speak the same from Sophia and Cafe, and I think Mason, Caleb, you guys are the same. But I think that it's just hard to have a conversation when there's a panel, because everybody wants to get their word in, everybody wants to address the question in their own way. But you know, I'm not ideological or dogmatic. I don't care if it turns out that the world is material and we can see that that's the case. I'm all for it, man. I'm all for it. Just for me, anyways, genuinely, I'm just leaning towards idealism. I always keep a space open to be open-minded, which means if you've got some other point, argument, evidence, anything that you want to present to change my mind, I'm more than willing to listen and actually expose it right here. So, Caesar, is there anything that you wanted to say that we're kind of glossing over because of all the talk?
Yeah, no, like I'm really happy you addressed this, because I do think it's important to hear each other's arguments out. But I just feel like the burden of proof is in this discussion not on the materialists but on the idealists, since that the whole tradition of science, the widely accepted stance, is materialism, and so I feel like I feel like I just want to hear out some of your core arguments about your idealist kind of way of looking at reality, so that we actually have a hook to have a conversation from.
Thank you. Please present one question.
How?
Let's not all
Can
talk
I
at
ask?
once, but let's let them get one question, and then we can all address it one at a time. Maybe that's a fair way to do it. Caesar,
sure,
go ahead and ask a really one of your best questions that would you would like to learn about idealism. Maybe that's the best way to put it. I don't know.
Okay, sure. Is there anything outside of what you think, outside of your internal kind of experience?
Great question. You first, Sophia?
Is there anything outside of my own experience? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, as an idealist, I would say it's all happening within consciousness, but that doesn't mean you don't have your own individual experience. And I'm not able to know your individual experience exactly, but there are objective truths that we all experience. And as an idealist, we don't deny that.
So there are objective truths, and you accept that other people have experiences, but then in what sense are you an idealist? Like, what is the... So you say you're an idealist, say there are objective truths and other people have experiences as well, then what's really your...
Because what I'm saying is, the only difference between what I'm saying and what you might be saying is that I don't believe that consciousness emerges from the brain. I think that it's the other way around, and everything emerges from consciousness. I see consciousness as primordial.
Primordial, like how would we know? If you say primordial, do you mean like before humans were around, consciousness was? And if that were the case, how could we ever know?
Well, I can't say that I know that for a fact. I'm saying this based on my own logic, because we can't.
Okay, and could you
once you ask,
elaborate that logic?
Once you ask where does consciousness come from, you would fall into infinite regress, and we can't do that. So logically, it just is.
I mean, I don't know if infinite regress is essential for any other type of view on consciousness. What if I were to say that consciousness emerges from certain brain activities, neurological activities, that is just an emergent property of synapses firing and electrical activity? That doesn't really require infinite regress, does it?
Okay, but can you demonstrate how that would happen? Do you know what process that is?
No, I don't, because even if well, I'm not a neuroscientist, and even if I were, we haven't really gotten to the core of it. I mean, it is one of the great mysteries of science and philosophy. But I just like to think. I'd like to ask you, actually, Sophia.
Well, the question is, I would like to elaborate a little bit more on that. 1 second. Okay,
Sure,
so since you think that consciousness emerges from the brain, then you believe that matter came first, correct?
Yes, exactly. Matter is, matter is
Okay.
primordial.
Okay, so if you believe that matter is primordial, then do you think that matter just emerged out of nothing?
No, I don't think so. I think the beginning of all existence is like the Big Bang, even though I don't know the exact physics behind how that would have happened. If that's not the case, then there must be some good. But I don't think like some kind of omnipresent consciousness is the only way of explaining that matter is and began to be.
Okay, so you think matter just began to be?
Yes, exactly.
From nothing.
So how do you think consciousness? How do you think consciousness began to be? Did it begin to be?
It probably didn't. It probably just is.
Okay, sure, but then, why is it? Why is consciousness? If something is gonna be and there's no apparent reason or cause of it, then you should, I think you should suppose that there is a beginning of it. How can something just be? And if it is, why is it?
Well, that's just our limited. That's our limited perspective. We can't answer that with our limited perspective. How are you going to answer that? Like that's like, I mean, I can ask you the same thing. How did matter just begin?
Well, that's what I just said. I think the Big Bang created matter, created the universe in some way. And I think
but where'd that come from?
The Big Bang? Well, the Big Bang would be like the beginning of things. Maybe there's a stochastic element to it. Like we've come quite far. Some would say, you could also argue that we've really got nowhere with quantum physics, and quantum physics proves that there is a stochastic chance element to things that are. So maybe the reason that things just started to be is that it just randomly began. There is no cause for it, because apparently, according to quantum physics, there is a stochastic random element of things. Maybe there's just the existence of the universe, the beginning of the universe through the Big Bang is just random. It just randomly so happened to be, because quantum particles randomly happened to strike the right chance.
So, Sophia, let me jump in here to discuss that, because this is really on point what he's talking about. And you're absolutely right, Caesar. Quantum mechanics is the nature of quantum mechanics is randomness. So that's pretty much what you're saying, right?
Yeah, I think that's what I understand of it, even though the maths about it is way more complicated, and I don't think I'll ever fully grasp the full notion of quantum physics. It's a really difficult field.
Gotcha. No, I would agree. And then any different interpretations of quantum mechanics, but at least we can agree that it comes from a random process And when we talk about quantum mechanics, we start talking about quantum field theory. Do you understand a little bit about that?
No, actually, I actually don't. Can you elaborate on that?
Sure. So quantum fields are a field of probability distribution. So basically, like you said, there's randomness, or what appears to be randomness. It's very statistical. So we have the matter and everything that exists sort of emerges out of this probability distribution, right? And so this is what the quantum field does. And it's a very highly predictive theory. It's a very successful theory because you can actually test it, and with great accuracy figure out what spins are up, what spins are down, what states different waves come into, whether they're waves or packets of waves or some sort of matter like atoms, subatomic particles, things like that. So regarding plausibility, like just to kind of tie this together, idealism really aligns with the findings of quantum mechanics. In fact, the founder of quantum mechanics, Niels Bohr, said that what it's taught him is that beyond matter is a matrix of mind. And the reason he said that is because you have all these possibilities, probabilities that manifest almost like a great thought behind the universe, instead of a mechanical machine like a stop clock, universe, like a mechanistic universe. It's more like a mind. So that's what idealism is saying. Not like a human mind, mind you, but something more of a thought process. So
right,
take a look at something.
I think I'll let Mason say something. Sorry.
Sure.
I'm going to read this. It's very helpful, the understanding. I think if we take out cause and effect, it will be easier to understand what we're talking about. I'm going to read this. The all must be all. What really is, there can be nothing existing outside of the all, else the all would not be the all. The all must be infinite, for there is nothing else to define, confine, bound, limit, or restrict the all. It must be infinite in time or eternal. It must have always continuously existed, for there is nothing else to have ever created it. And something can never evolve from nothing. And if it had ever not been, even for a moment, it would not be. Now it must continuously exist forever, for there is nothing to destroy it. And it can never not be, even for a moment, because something can never become nothing. It must be infinite in space. It must be everywhere, for there is no place outside of the all. It cannot be otherwise than continuous in space without break, concession, separation, or interruption, for there is nothing to break, separate, or interrupt. It's continuity, and nothing with which to fill the gaps. It must be infinite in power or absolute, for there is nothing to limit, restrict, restrain, confine, disturb, or condition it. It is subject to no other power, for there is no other power. The all must be immutable, or not subject to change. In its real nature, for there is nothing to work changes upon it. Nothing, I'm almost done. Nothing into which it could change, nor from which it could have changed. It cannot be added to nor subtracted from, increased nor diminished, nor become greater or lesser in any respect whatsoever. It must have always been and must always remain just what it is now, the all. There has never been, it is not now, and never will be anything else into which it can change.
Yeah, okay, so that's all really beautiful and all and very poetic, but I don't think it doesn't, it just states a lot of positions, but it doesn't really argument for any. I mean, they say that the all, so I think we can define that as everything that exists. The daonta, as like the famous Greek pre-Socratics like Parmenides would call them. It says they're immutable, which I just don't agree with. We see that things are changing in the world, so then how could you say that the all is
Because
immutable?
something can't come from nothing, as it also said.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's necessarily true. Like, why couldn't something have come from nothing?
Because nothing doesn't exist by definition. But
yeah,
if nothing existed, it would be something.
Well, so before something existed, nothing existed, right? And
but if nothing, no, you're not hearing me. If nothing can exist, it would automatically be something. So you're talking about randomness. What is randomness?
Well, randomness is just something. It's not just epistemological. It's not just
science wouldn't exist without that book I just quoted.
But isn't that the same? Isn't that almost the same as saying potential?
Yeah, sure. It's kind of the same as potential, although it's just not. Yeah, no, actually, you can define randomness as about balances of potential and things, because it's a statistic. Not exactly statistics though. It's
yeah, but that's kind of what I'm saying when it comes. When I say consciousness is primordial, I'm saying.
I see a problem. I see a major disconnect between us and Caesar right now that I think I might be able to bridge. First of all, let me ask you. I don't want to just assume. Let me ask you first, Caesar. Are you familiar with the 2022 Nobel Prize in theoretical physics?
Nah, to be honest, man, I'm 18. I just turned 18. I don't know who won the Nobel Prize in physics. So please enlighten me.
Okay, so there's this thing called quantum entanglement non-locality. So this throws things like causation out the window, right? And it's been
out the window, like for good, because as far as I'm concerned, medium object in the realm of medium objects, cause and effect is still valid and works.
Correct. Yes.
Scott, I'm trying to get like McTaggart's B theory of time or Einstein's block universe.
B theory.
Yeah.
Block theory. So what I'm getting at, Caesar, is that on classical science, of course, there's cause and effect. That's how we get to the moon and shit, right? So, yeah, I understand that, but we're talking about fundamental reality. So when we're talking about non-duality, idealism, what we're really talking about is the ontological level. We're talking about the fundamental level, like where these things sort of emerge from. So we're kind of like, let's forget about classical physics for now. Like, just for now, let's just forget about cause and effect in our everyday life. What we're talking about is fundamentally causation is thrown out the window. Locality is thrown out the window. The 2022 Nobel Prize winning experiments on quantum entanglement and what they call the Bell inequalities, what they demonstrate is that locality, meaning things are, objective physical connections, locality and objective physical realism are really untenable. And since measurement influences the existence of physical properties, the observer plays an integral role in shaping reality. And this finding is more naturally aligned with an idealist framework where consciousness is actively participating in the manifestation of our physical world. So this is not a lie. I'm not telling you a lie. What I would just invite you to do is don't believe me right now. Just go on your own and look up the 2022 Nobel Prize, and that will tell you all about it. And that'll give you a better idea.
I might do that later.
Yeah, that helps. It'll help. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. But I just don't agree that you seem to allow yourself to just throw cause and effect and locality. So as you seemed to define it, but I might be wrong. Like the objective being of things. You just seem to throw them or like delete them from the equation. But I don't think this is right. I don't think you can do this because it is a part of our reality. We can just observe it. If I were to close my computer right now, you wouldn't hear me anymore, and that's an effect of a cause. If I were to hit the wall right now, my fist would hurt. That's just a cause of an effect. So I don't understand how you can just delete
the
that
reason
from the
I took
equation.
out cause and effect was
Hold on,
to simplify it.
let me just address that really quick before you go in. Have you ever heard about the problem of causality?
What does that entail exactly?
Okay. Basically, you got correlation versus causation. So just because two things happen together, they're correlated, doesn't mean one causes the other, right?
Yeah.
So like ice cream sales and crime rates are often correlated, but this doesn't mean eating ice cream causes crime and vice versa. So there's a confounding variable. So a confounding variable is like a third factor that influences both the supposed cause, say, and the supposed effect, say, creating like spurious correlation. So what we've kind of learned is that even if we observe the correlations, no matter how tight they are, at a fundamental level, the only thing that really matters are relations. Because on the B theory, the block universe theory that springs out of Einstein's relativity and is backed up by, say, time dilation, things like that, it goes pretty far. But because of that, we can say that ultimately the only thing that really is real are relations. So there's just relations. So the question is then, why do I see entropy? Why do I see causes? Why do I see things progressively going from ordered states to disordered states?
Right, because you're making you're making educated guesses at correlations. If you see a certain correlation happen every time, I've stubbed my toe quite a few times, and every time I seem to stub my toe to a table corner or something, my toe would hurt. So it's a safe assumption to not try to deliberately stub my toe again, because I know that would cause my toe to hurt. Because that's just from observing correlations.
We're not throwing that out the window. We're not disagreeing with any of that,
okay.
Caesar.
Sure.
We're not saying that. So I want you to follow what I'm saying, though. Like I said, we're going to keep classical physics. We're keeping that. Cause and effect actually really is working. It really works on our experience in our everyday life, like stubbing your toe, stuff like that. What we're talking about again is ontology, because what we've come to learn is, let me put an illustration together. The world appears flat to us, and even our measurements and our mathematics really does support a flat earth theory. But as we expand out, we start to learn.
I don't agree with that. Sorry, there's absolutely no fucking way our measurements support a flat earth theory.
Sure they do. Sure they do. They absolutely do.
I didn't know I was working with that type of person.
I'm not saying I'm a flat earth.
Have you ever been on a plane, Scott?
Wait,
have you ever been on a plane?
Hold on, Caesar. Hold on, Caesar. I'm not. You have to let me finish before you understand the point. I'm definitely not a flat earther, okay?
Well, you just said the Earth is flat, as measurements
say. No, I didn't say that. No,
listen
to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying that on the flat Earth paradigm, all the measurements work. That's all I'm saying. In a limited degree. But as you expand out, we start to realize those same mathematics do not work anymore, because the world is actually round. It's a sphere, right? So what I'm really saying is that when we limit our framework, we're going to get the results that we can get from that limited framework, and it can be consistent, right? But then that framework has a boundary, has a constraint. It has a boundary constraint. That's called a boundary constraint. And that flat earth theory only works so far. But as you get past it, you can start seeing that the world actually, at a different perspective, is not flat at all. It's not flat at all.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's just
Could
an
you get
analogy
to your
that I'm
point,
using
please?
to kind of help you understand where I'm coming from.
Let me take a crack at it,
Go
Scott,
ahead.
if you don't
Go ahead,
mind.
Cafe. Yeah, sure.
All right. Hey, Caesar, the 18-year-old, right?
Yeah.
Here's how I will try to, take a crack at it. I'll explain it. We were talking about the block universe. Are you familiar? You're probably not familiar with the idea, but Einstein believed that, let's say that for the sake of argument, that the universe did start in a Big Bang, right? And my open hand right here, that's it, right? And for the sake of argument, let's say it collapses it back into the singularity. This is called the big bounce in cosmology. There's the big freeze, there's a big rip, there's a whole bunch of shit that they fucking contemplate. But for the sake of argument, let's just say that it goes back into singularity. They call it the big bounce. It comes back into, like, it's the reverse of the Big Bang. All matter retracts back to its original starting point. So in Einstein's idea, from Big Bang to Big Crunch, every in between is frozen in time. That's why they call it immutable. It's unchanging. And you see,
what do you mean by that? Frozen in time? How do you mean?
Well, that from the Big Bang to the Big Crunch, that you can't change. Like you and I talking, this is inevitable. There's nothing we can alter to this. It's all.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, like the way a real film is in a can for like movies, like the reel is already in the can. In other words, is what we're saying. This is God's cosmic motion picture, if you will. I don't mean literally, like, I don't mean like God's a fucking.
Yeah, no, sure. I get what you're trying to say.
Yeah. So this is a notion that was deeply rooted in Einstein's thoughts, that he really adhered to this, like that there nothing is unalterable. Like he thought that any
right, but then the stochastic element enters.
The stochasticity, the random elements from his perspective were just because we didn't understand enough about reality. That's what he.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
What a lot of physicists try to argue today, including like Michio Kaku, big names like that, is that there is some kind of random element in the quantum noise. That's what they're trying to argue. But Einstein didn't believe that. He thought that was absolutely false. Like he just thought that we don't know enough about fucking reality to make that assessment. There you go. I think that's what it boils down to. I don't know, Scott, would you disagree?
Yeah. Just like they didn't know the world wasn't flat until Galileo.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, like Caesar, he had this view that he's like, well, wait a minute, everything's always changing. You know what I mean? Yeah, from our perspective, we have perception of light and color and movement and motion, but from that higher's perspective, everything is frozen. There is nothing moving. It's.
So, but I feel like what you're getting into with everything's frozen is that there are no other paths, like that there is no
exactly.
alternate universes, but that doesn't mean that
it doesn't matter how big you contemplate it. It could be the multiverse itself. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like even the multiverse.
Oh, yeah, sure.
If you want to put it that way. But
so
go ahead.
Can I infer from that you're a determinist? That you don't believe in free will?
What I'm trying to express to you here, I'm not saying that this is what I adhere to. I'm saying that this was a major thinking in Einstein's thought of this is what he called the block universe. That's what he meant by that term. It's also akin to McTaggart. What was it? B theory of time. Same thing. Same exact thing.
Okay. Sure.
I don't know if you're familiar with that, but yeah, it's basically describing the same thing.
And we're all a little different here, Caesar. Like everybody probably differs on their worldviews a little bit. That's why we call this thing the discussion. I actively look for people that disagree with me on something, and so we just have these discussions.
I think that's valuable. Yep. Okay. But I just wanted to know exactly on what we disagree, because I mean, Cafe has just been pointing out the Einstein's theories, but then in the end he says he doesn't necessarily adhere to them. I just want to know then what what's the point we're discussing? Because as for
Well,
now,
what I was getting at earlier was that we have similar views when you break it all the way down, because I call it potential, and you call it randomness, but we both agree that everything came from potential. So that's what I say consciousness is. Consciousness, at the very least.
I don't exactly think everything comes from potential, because in a way potential doesn't really exist. Potential is has kind of the same ontological and kind of linguistic problem of talking about nothingness. Nothingness doesn't exist because it's just like it's the logical negation of something existing.
Potential doesn't exist as matter, right? But it exists as a thought or formless or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I find so interesting. There seem to be like different levels at which you could contemplate things existing. There seem to be different ways of thinking about existence that sometimes get in the way of conversation.
May I throw this out? I hope
sure.
if it makes sense, hopefully it makes sense. But when you watch TV, the RGB inputs, the red and blue, when they're all inputted, you see a white screen. But the TV can display any form, like it can be like the Walking Dead. These are potentials inside the TV. It could display all these patterns. The brain is very similar. It already contains all those potentialities. They're already there. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to record the Walking Dead and direct it. It's already a potential inside all the permutations that can unfold within that manifold. Like they're already there. That's
including qualia.
Yes. Yes.
There's a quantum theorist named who actually invented the microchip, video microchip. And his name is Professor Federico Fagin, and his view is that everything comes from the field, but what's often overlooked is that even observers themselves come from the field. So our conscious experience and qualia about the world actually exists as a potential within that same field that we're all studying, if we're consistent with that framework of quantum mechanics. And so that's another way to argue with idealism.
I agree with Caesar. You're familiar with the term qualia, of course, right?
Yeah, I am. Like the experience of like seeing red, for example, that's a qualia, right?
Hey, can I just throw one thing out there? For an 18-year-old, Caesar's pretty smart, man.
Hell yeah, he is. Kudos to fucking Caesar, man. You're very smart. And I'm so glad you can even carry on this kind of discussion, because we get so nerdy in here, and we just love to talk about these deep things because we're evil like that.
Yeah, I agree, man. I don't mean
appreciate that. I appreciate
what
that.
I say too, man, because I know you said you're an atheist, and I don't know, man. A lot of we deal with atheists.
That was Jack.
Our age, man.
Jack.
I talked to
that
Matt
was Jack, not Caesar.
Not Caesar, Jack.
Yeah. Oh shit. Okay. Well, are you serious?
Yep.
Yeah. Caesar.
Oh shit.
Caesar never said he was atheist.
That was the other guy.
I am an atheist, actually. I mean, an atheist in the sense that I don't pose. I mean, I don't think we can know that there is a God, and I think it's a safer assumption to think that there is no God. But that's, I mean, I know you can debate about that for hours, and it's never had a good outcome. And I don't suppose that it will have like a satisfying outcome if we have that debate right here, right now.
And that's totally cool, man.
That's like creationism versus Darwinism.
Really respectful. You know what I mean? Like, the ones that we do with Scott, right? They'll just like they'll throw us under the bus or right from the get go. Like,
I hate that.
And Al wanted to address Caesar too, and I don't want to miss Al either. So go ahead, brother. I know you've been waiting a minute.
What? I'm sorry. I'm lost in analogies. What was the question?
Okay. So in the chat you said that you wanted to take a shot at answering something. Said what was Caesar's topic again? I wanted to take a swing at it.
That was a long time ago.
Oh, that's too long ago. That's how these things go, man. constantly go from one thing. But
What
you know,
about
one
the
thing that we
actual
do
topic
here, I wanted to
itself?
also make a point, is that we don't really seek to get you to believe me or believe each other or believe anything, just to understand. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of
Like,
course. We just
it's enough just to
yeah.
understand it. I understand idealism. Idealism is not intuitive. Let's just get that off our chest. We all
That's true.
understand
Yeah.
idealism is not intuitive because it's not what we experience. We experience dualism. So when we talk about these concepts, we already understand it's going to be looked at as like a whole lot of bullshit and woo woo and this and that. I already
Mhm.
understand that. But we're
I
brave
don't
enough
think
to actually,
like
yeah.
dualism is like more intuitive. If I can just chime in here, I feel like
Mhm.
it's just intuitive in a certain cultural framework of like a Christian tradition. Because I mean, I don't think just like if you were to be born as a baby and like dropped on an island, never having heard of a religion, I feel like you wouldn't come up with dualism yourself. Like coming up with a soul seems to be like a soul and matter as being two completely distinct things.
Scott, if
I
I
feel like
may,
that would be
let me take this one. Let me take this one. You know, because like, man, dualism is so dangerously close to non-dualism. You know, a
It
real
is.
profound concept.
It
in
is.
philosophy,
Yes.
you know, and so for him to just gloss over that without recognizing that, like, to me, it kind of sounds naive. And I'm not trying to put you down, man. I know you're young, but
No, of course,
you
yeah,
know,
it's fine.
yeah, man, you know that it's a real big concept in philosophy is a non-dualism, you know, and you know, yeah, and
Well,
a
I'm
lot of
going to, and I'm going to interrupt and everything. So, Caesar, you're the greatest little Gen Z we've had on this show.
Hell
You had
yeah.
some questions. Why don't you go
Glad to
ahead, man?
represent. Sure, go ahead.
No, you had some questions. What brought you here?
I had some. Oh, so I came across the stream on my For You page on YouTube, and I just I was interested because you know lately I've been thinking about, you know, I've been quite into philosophy, and I've been thinking about you know metaphysics a bit, not really seriously, but I'm just interested in it. And I heard a conversation, and for some reason, God knows why, I stayed. And I don't necessarily have any questions, but I'd like to learn more about this whole perspective of idealism, or any perspectives you kind of had. I don't really have any specific questions as for now,
Hey
at least.
Caesar, I got a question for you.
Sure.
If the Big Bang makes sense, what was there before the Big Bang,
Yeah, like nothing.
and how does that make sense? How does something come out of nothing?
Yeah, I don't know. It just kind of did. I don't think this necessarily makes a lot less sense than just something having always existed. I feel like things existing should have some kind of appearance. So
Right.
I don't think, you know.
Right.
I don't know.
I agree with you. Bingo. You done hit it again, man, Caesar.
Caesar, he's baiting you into an
man,
infinite regression question.
no, I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna give Caesar
Yep.
his due here. So he says that I don't know, but it's could be possible, and I kind of lean that way. This kind of exposes something about all of us here, is that a lot of times when we talk about metaphysics, um, we are basically choosing, and the choice may be determined, like you said, Caesar, but we kind of flow with those ideas that resonate with us for one reason or another. For some people, something coming from nothing makes a whole lot more sense than something coming from something,
and
like
you really believe that,
consciousness or
man.
something like that, and vice versa. So what we want to just acknowledge at the top, that what we're saying, everybody's got something that begs the question somewhere in this conversation. It sounds like there's always some
Yeah.
axiom that needs an explanation that we can't really explain, and we're just going to say,
Yeah, of course. I
I
think
don't
that's
know,
really
but it's not
worth discussing.
necessary. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I agree with you, but what do you say to, you know, those atheists that say that you know, belief is not a choice? Because ultimately you're saying like we choose, you know, like it is a choice.
I'm not
Well, it is
saying
a
it
choice.
is.
It's not
I
a
mean,
free choice.
your belief
It's
is probably like a product of the the time period you're in and
No,
the
no, no.
social.
Don't get me wrong. I do agree with Scott. You know, I'm curious to like your comment on, you know, a lot of atheists say, belief is not a choice. Like I landed on my atheism because I followed rationalism, and you know, this is where it led me.
Oh no,
Of course,
I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with it either.
No,
But
I think
it's a common perspective within that point of view. You know,
yeah, no, any kind of like I think that any kind of perspective about the world, whether that is atheism or theism, or any other philosophy, is just, you know, it's not a choice. I mean, you just came across certain information or you resonated with certain things. You know, I'm not saying like I just happened to find the path of reason to atheism or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, can I take a stab at Kathy's question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Humans are inherently, well, it's in their nature. We're lazy. That's a great survival technique, by the way. And one of the easiest things to do is just go along with whatever the herd's saying. So that's kind of the foundation of belief. It's a manipulation tactic, and
And type 1, 2, and type 2 errors as well. Because don't forget, when you hear the rustling bush in the savannah, it's better to assume it's a tiger or a ghost behind there rustling the bush and get the fuck out of there before you get spooked or eaten or something.
Oh, yeah.
Than it is, because you'll live to tell about it. And so a lot of these things kind of, the people who survived to pass their genes on were those people who believed that there was something behind that rustling bush, not the science-minded people that, I wonder what's behind that bush. Let me go check it out. And then they get eaten up.
Well, Scott, that's a little different. Belief is it's actually a choice. What's tuned into your DNA, and you know, your experiences and pattern recognition and all that stuff that you learn later in life. Yeah, it'll tell you. It's like, hey, we're in Florida. Probably not the best idea to sit by lily pads and dark water and eat your lunch. But yeah, but you really do. It's a lot easier in life to just go along with the flow.
Yeah. Logan asks, is theology separate than philosophy, or is it like a subcategory? What do y'all say? That's a good question.
Completely
Can
separate.
I take this one?
Sure.
Because I do think they are different in some points. I mean, you know, the question of categorization is another, you know, is a whole another issue, of course. But I do think they're different in the sense that theology focuses more on dogma, I guess. The received knowledge, so to speak, of the scripture seems to be like an important part of theology. And I think philosophy starts with a more empty canvas.
You don't think it's like a branch? Theology isn't a branch of philosophy, maybe?
Oh, I mean, historically, theology and philosophy were really wound up. So even if you go to the very roots of Western philosophy and you take a look at the very first pre-Socratic thinkers, I mean, the question of questioning the gods, the Greek gods then, and the actual matter of the universe was really entangled at some point. So I think, like historically speaking, you can say philosophy is some kind of sub branch of theology, as in like it kind of split off of religious thinking. But I don't really think it makes sense to think of it that way.
Well, the methodology is different for sure. I know with philosophy, it kind of entails logical analysis, argumentation, critical thinking. Religion is more about faith, accepting the presuppositions. Philosophy tries to avoid it to the best as possible.
I agree.
And approach it through reason rather than faith.
I'd like to quote the founder of atheism, Voltaire.
Yep.
If God did not exist, he would have to be invented. But all nature cries aloud that he does exist. that there is a supreme intelligence and immense power and admirable order, and everything teaches us our own dependence on it. I just thought that's a good quote from literally the founder of atheism.
I don't think it's fair to call him the founder of atheism. There were many people who didn't really believe in gods before Voltaire. You know, Aristotle didn't believe in a god in the strict sense. The Stoics didn't really believe in a god in the strict sense. Sure, they believed in some kind of logos, some kind of all-controlling logical structure, and but not in gods. So I don't think you can call Voltaire the founder of atheism.
The founder, yeah, but that's still a good point that you made, Caesar. Also, too, it's interesting to note that a lot of atheistic scientists, like I don't know if you're familiar with Lawrence Krauss
No,
and
never heard of
Stephen
him.
Hawkins, but they're outspoken
Hawkins,
theoretical physicists, and they're atheistic in their public speaking and approach. And Lawrence Krauss says basically philosophy is useless. The only thing that really matters is science. But the problem with that I have is that even saying philosophy is useless is a philosophical statement in itself.
Yeah, exactly. I
So
agree
he's
with
doing
that. We're just bound to ask philosophical questions. I mean, if we want to know how we want to act as humans, those are ethical questions. We're bound to ask metaphysical questions at some point in our lives. I think it's ridiculous to say that science is in some way more relevant, or to say that philosophy isn't relevant. That's
Science is a yardstick that measures math. Philosophy is a yardstick that can measure social interactions, ethics, basically. And to answer Logan's question, no, there's a very big difference. Religion tells you what to do, whereas philosophy just gives you methods to discover truth.
And Logan says, Graham Oppie says, and Graham Oppie is a philosopher, says there's no consensus in philosophy. So that's a little different than science. Well, science doesn't always have consensus either, to be fair.
Yeah, but I do agree that philosophy is even more scattered.
Yeah.
Not really.
Yeah. Well, it can be. I would just say that I guess, do you read the field papers? And they actually measure. Yeah, field papers is like philosophical, and they basically do a statistical analysis of professional academic philosophers around the world, and they look for what the consensus in on different views. Like, most philosophers don't believe in free will. Most philosophers don't believe in God. Most philosophers,
that's
don't.
not consensus, though. There are so many debates about free will and about God.
I know. Well, their consensus is based on numbers, like it's
okay, but like a 60 to 40% is not consensus.
Yeah, it's not philosophy at all.
Though, Scott, I thought the consensus was that compatibilism is the most widely held, and
that's the most widely held view. That's right.
It's like, I'm a determinist. I'm pretty sure I'm in the minority.
Yeah, and I think that compatibilism is just determinism.
Well,
what?
It's a form of determinism.
I guess you could say that. I don't know. Like, I know
I feel like consensus is just, if everyone, or largely everyone agrees on one thing, that's what consensus is, right?
Oh yeah. In that way, no, there's no consensus.
Yeah. Because I feel like compatibilism, it's like, isn't the position though that free will is like real in like some very narrow sense? And from my understanding, determinists would just be like, no, that's not true either. But,
What do you mean by like a narrow sense?
Like usually compatibilists will be like, the choices you make is what would constitute as free will, as far as I can understand.
Well, like when you start putting borders on it, like narrowing it down and stuff, that's kind of illusory in a way, because compatibilism is considered, like, at least in Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, is considered a form of determinism. It includes the concept of free will, but it's really just suggesting that free will and determinism are compatible. So compatibilists kind of believe that even if all events are causally determined, humans can still be considered free and morally responsible for their actions if those actions stem from their own desires and choices rather from an external constraint. Whereas in determinism, the position is that all events are causally determined by preceding events, like a context, like where you were born, when you were born, blah, blah, blah. So in a deterministic universe, every event, including human actions, is a necessary consequence of prior events and the laws of nature.
And I do feel like it's a mistake to try to intertwine free will and moral responsibility, because it's like, to me, it's like you can have.
It feels that way. It's like the intuition, but you know, a lot of compatibilists, you know, they don't necessarily see it that way. Like, it is like a true marriage. Like Scott said, like it is a marriage of determinism, no matter how determined. Like it could be hard determinism, like not, you know, no quantum indeterminacy, you know, like everything's preordained, you know, and yet you still have free will within that same concept.
Narrow band. If you want to conceive it that way. Well, look, Caesar's got to jump off. He's saying so. Man, thank you so much, Caesar, for coming in and actually bringing some really good questions. I applaud you, man, for doing it and being such a young guy with such good, you know, such a great mind and questioning mind, and keep it up, man. And look at those things I was saying, just to understand where we're coming from, not necessarily to believe, but just to kind of understand the thing, and look at everything else too. Look at all the other metaphysics that are out there as well. I appreciate you coming through. But let's meet again. It was really a pleasure, Caesar. I appreciate you, brother.
He gives hope for the future. Most
Hell yeah. We need it, don't we?
Mm-hmm. So Caleb, what were you saying? Finish that up.
This, like, to me, it's like, you know, like if there is like a lot of people who believe in free will are like, well, you know, if there is no free will, then you can't be held, you know, well, you know, there's no moral responsibility. And it's like, to me, it's like that seems like a separate issue. Like you yeah, like if there's no free will, that doesn't mean like, oh well, there's this no more society. It's like, you know, for a society to function properly, you know, people have to be held morally responsible for their actions.
That's right. And you know, that punishment can be a causal influence of change. So there's that.
Yeah, it even goes back to the question or the topic of what started the show. And there's a lot of conflation in this. People conflate reality with a bunch of other things, and they conflate moral decisions and determinism with free will. And I guess that's our job here on the show, is to get down to the nitty-gritty and find out truth, right?
Yes.
Deist Whiplash, man, you have created a new t-shirt that I'm going to wear. And I'm going to go ahead and cut you in on Capital Profits. It says balls are all flat if you zoom in enough. So I'm going to put that on a fucking t-shirt, man. I love that shit.
Nice. Deist. What? Okay. What is? I always have a hard time. What is a deist? It's like they think are they just I don't know. That's another conflated one. What are those people?
Who wants to take that?
As far as I can understand, it's basically someone who believes in a deity, usually, you know, a deity responsible for everything, but basically after creating everything, the deity was just like, peace out.
Yeah.
Okay.
He didn't give a shit.
Kind of like
I respect in a person, to be honest. I respect people that don't give a shit, to be honest. So I kind of respect that God. You know, if there is a God, one that doesn't give a shit, I respect that in a person. And it explains all the fucked up shit in the world, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's a badass quality you can look in an individual, man. That's the main one I look for, man. Priority number one.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, getting back to the topic of reality, though, it's like I did want to try to get like,
domain.
To me, like, yeah, like there's different domains of reality to me, and it's
Okay,
like
so what do you understand about the different domains? First of all, Caleb, what are we talking about?
So like first there's a few categories that I've come up with in my head here, and it's like so there's what is fundamentally real. So and you could break that up into maybe what's fundamentally real now, as in the universe as we know it, and maybe what was fundamentally real before the Big Bang, or the expansion event. Like so like what's fundamentally real now is like we know that there's quantum fields. Like we could say that quantum fields is part of fundamental reality. We could say energy is part of fundamental
Quantum field,
reality.
yeah.
And then there's I'd say another category of possible candidates of fundamental reality, and this is where I'd say our ontological metaphysical views come into play. Like is consciousness part of fundamental reality? That's a maybe. Or maybe is it the materialist is subatomic particles fundamental to reality? Don't know. But then there's like, so what was real before the expansion event happened? So there's that big, there's that very small, dense, hot thing that the Big Bang came from. And it's like, so are there quantum fields in that?
That is a quantum field, yeah.
Yeah. So then there's the fundamental level, and then there's the things that are real on an emergent level. So take atoms. Atoms are made of subatomic particles, and on a fundamental level they don't exist, but on emergent level they do. Like it doesn't make sense to say that atoms don't exist, because they are made. They're real in the sense that they are made of smaller parts, and out of these smaller parts are these larger objects. Just the way, and so what I would also put into this category is like physicality, or like the property of solidness, because it's like if we look at just atoms on their own, it's like they're mostly empty space. But if you keep clumping them together, they form this thing where it's like eventually you can't get through it. It's solid.
Right, because of interaction. Like if one subatomic particle interacts with photon or something like that, it turns into, or if the wave interacts with another particle or what have you, and then it clumps together and becomes, and it evolves. That's what they call the evolution from the wave function.
And like I would also put this like with determinism. Like it's like there were a lot of people who wanted to jump on like saying that determinism is false because on the quantum level there's quantum indeterminacy. It's like, well, no, it's just that on the fundamental level it is indeterministic, but it's like once it's like with I think was the law of averages, but it's like once you get all these things coming together, it's like you get deterministic objects. It's like, and we witness yeah, well, I mean, we witness a deterministic world on large scales. It's like, otherwise we wouldn't be able to do science.
Look at weather. Look at weather patterns. Are highly unpredictable.
Well, yeah, but that's something you need to be careful with. It's like unpredictability does not equal indeterminacy. It's like that's a separate thing. It's like like chaos theory, all that. It's like it's still deterministic, but we can't determine anything by just observing it because there's
limited data.
Of the complexity of it all. But that's different though from actual.
And then there's nonlinear dynamics. Like weather systems are governed by complex nonlinear equations. That makes it really difficult.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about things like that, when they do collide or combine, it changes the nature of reality. Like when you smash those hydrogen molecules together, or you split them, it becomes something completely different.
Yeah.
So now we're dealing with a new reality.
So So yeah, to me, it's like, so indeterminacy and determinacy can coexist. There's certain things though that based off of quantum mechanics though that seems like some things can't coexist. Like like when we found out that the universe is non-local. Apparently, it can't be non-local and local at the same time. So.
Scott, real quick, or anyone in the does the name Ramesh Balsekar ring a bell for anyone? No.
Nope.
Okay, it's one of the first videos I put. I have a YouTube that I threw his content on, and if I can try to reiterate what he said, he was like, real similar to the Einstein, block universe. He believed everything predetermined, but in the compatibilist sense that you were talking about, Scott, where you still have free will, like he mentioned this notion of if the universe, like a lot of people talk about what was it before the Big Bang, if you posit that big bounce model that Hindus always talk about, the yugas, that they go on forever and ever. And he mentioned something that I thought was real interesting. He said, if it was like this is the basic question that everyone has, like, why is there something as opposed to nothing? Like, you're suffering, I'm suffering. Forget about that. Why does anything exist at all? Is the basic question. And of course in religion, it's a necessary existent thing that that reality should exist. But he gave a real interesting perspective from Hinduism, and he said, that in the Hindu view, the universe does play this eternal game of like on off, forever. But he says, what does it do in between? Like, where does the energy come back to? He says, if it was truly dead matter, if it was truly something that by nature it wasn't this energy, then it would be non-existent by that definition. It would be dead matter. But because it contains this potential of energy to keep on going, to keep on flowing, like an eternal renewable energy. It's by its nature that it seems to be like that. At least in the Hindu view. Matter tracks on itself, and then it comes back again. It recycles itself eternally.
Recycles, renews, renewal,
Yes, and so I thought it was interesting that he said if it wasn't set up in such a way, if that wasn't the nature of energy to be this unimaginable expansive energy to be able to do this, it would be necessarily dead matter. It wouldn't be something that we'd be thinking about right now. Like it wouldn't put its form, like it wouldn't make the tree, it wouldn't make you, it wouldn't make me, it wouldn't make the star, the moon, so on and so forth.
Yeah, it's creation.
Yeah. So
Like
I thought that was cool. I thought that was an interesting take.
Mason made a quick chat before he left, and he said there are no whole truths. All truths are half truths. And I think that's because of what we can observe.
Epistemically, yeah. Like our epistemology is limited, and so we can only know what we know. We can't know what we don't know, right?
Yeah, we can make 100 analogies. Scott, let's go on a nature hike. I'll see snakes, and you'll walk right by them.
That's right.
One of my favorite, of course, the philosopher always, does these hypotheticals to the max degree, to the furthest extent that you could push it, and so, shit, dude, I'm already forgetting what I'm saying right here, man.
Well, I did want to just finish on the domains that I was getting at, which is, so there's the last domain is, so there's fundamental reality, there's emergent reality, and then the last category I would say is things that are just, they're not real on a fundamental sense or on an emergent sense, which is so things that we would say are illusionary. So like
imaginary things.
So like human rights or free will, like these are the types of things where it's like
conceptual reality.
Yeah, no, yeah. On that note, I'm sorry, because I lost my train of thought for a moment there. I was gonna say, you know, when you push wisdom and knowledge to its utmost degree, you have to consider this hypothetical, this divine quality of omniscience. You know, like if we were, you know, if our goal was like utmost knowledge, you know, ultimately when you think it through, it's not something you want to have, because there would be no reason for me to speak, because you know what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
You know, like
there's no meaning. Meaning goes away.
Yeah, everything loses its meaning, and so there has to be a necessary balance between the two, between ignorance and you know, knowledge. But yeah, because like if you had it one way, yeah, it wouldn't make sense.
And that goes into Caleb's last domain he was talking about, like the conceptual domain. You know, you have these things that aren't necessarily, you know, in consciousness, maybe local, at least local mind consciousness, or even the idealistic view of consciousness may fall into that category. Because if you think about it, consciousness doesn't really exist if we define existence as a strict definition. Like usually when we talk about what exists, like, you know, that building existed back in 1960, but it no longer exists anymore. It's been torn down. And so we're talking about a thing that we can all objectively agree is there, right? But then if you think about your private subjective experience, well, that doesn't exist anywhere, actually. It only exists in this conceptual domain of reality. This reality is outside of physical time, space, all of that kind of stuff. And so now we're talking about something that has none of the same boundaries as, say, a building that existed in 1960. You know what I mean? Like now we're into something else, but it's still real though, right? Like we all would never say that my being hungry right now isn't real. You know what I mean?
Well, conceptualization is just a way for us to describe something and communicate it.
Internal, something internal. Go ahead, Caleb.
And I would be careful to put, if you're saying consciousness is fundamental, I would be careful to try to put it in just the conceptual category, because it's like, to me, it's like when I'm thinking of, you know, human rights being an illusion, it's like, well, you know, it's only real because it's real to us. Like if humans were to disappear on Earth, then like rights as a concept just disappears.
Right, because your consciousness isn't the same as like your inferences, like we should care for the well-being of kitty cats. Like that's a conceptual thing that can change over time for some reason or not. Like a cat no longer exists, for example. But consciousness isn't in that same category. So I agree with you, Caleb. Thanks for that correction, man. That makes sense.
I love that when you're communicating with people from even different parts of the country, they have zero concepts of certain things. And when you talk to them about it, that's not a part of their reality, so they're not going to accept it.
It's like idealists trying to talk to materialists.
Yeah, it's like going to
you're crazy.
Go to Oklahoma and tell them fat is not healthy.
Yeah. Come down here to Florida, you can say that and they'll laugh at you.
What
is this healthy thing you speak of?
But that's the cool thing. And I mean that when there is like a nature of reality, Aristotle had a bunch of different ways to describe this. I'm not going to get into it. If you want to look it up, please, I highly encourage you to do it. But when it comes to the nature, you know, by the very definition, when used in that context, you know, reality, the nature of it is we need to find out what the truth of it is. And all these other, you know, concepts that we put on top of it is just clouding it and just separating us further and further away from it. I mean, that's where a lot of these conflicts come in. That's where a lot of these dumbass debates come in that waste time. But, you know, so I don't know. That's the only reason I pop up here is, this is a great topic to definitely explore.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, it's
And I feel like with idealists, there's and
there's an echo going on. Go ahead. He muted. Go ahead.
Okay. Like, I feel like they make a mistake when they, I feel like they overuse the word illusion a lot. Like, because when we're talking about emergent reality, it's like I feel like they want to place that type of, when they say, physicality is an illusion, like, it feels like they're trying to say that's the same thing as human rights, when it's like that's not really the case.
Right.
And so it's like, I feel like, if idealists were more careful with how they worded things, I feel like they could make a more headroom with talking with materialists and people who are on the fence.
Well, there's also the issue of meeting people where they are. Like, I think that's two places that the materialists and the idealists can agree. Because, I think, and I'm not sure whether idealists are borrowing this from the materialists or not. I think they are. But it goes back to what you just said, Caleb. Like, an idealist will say, well, the reality that we perceive is an illusion, right? Where did they get that from? They got it from materialists, because materialists are the ones that say that stuff. I don't know if you're familiar with this one guy. Damn, I can't remember his name right now. Whenever I want a name, I can't remember it, so forget it. But there's this one materialist who does a lot of public speaking, and he's also a neuroscientist. And his biggest thing is that reality is a hallucination. That's his whole. He's got a book on it called that. I think it's called.
And he's a materialist.
Oh yeah,
no,
big time, big time. He's proudly a materialist, and his whole thing is to say that reality is an illusion, because the mind is an illusion. The only thing that's real is material, so what he does is he does a clever thing like Daniel Dennett. He says, well, a lot of people scoff at me when I say that because it seems self-refuting. But the thing about it, he says, let's define the words. Let's define, what do we mean by illusion? It doesn't mean that it's not real. Illusion doesn't mean that there's no objective reality. That's not what an illusion means. An illusion simply means that what you see isn't exactly what you think you're seeing. You're seeing something. You're just not seeing what you think you see. It's an illusion. It's kind of like the gold dress, black. Remember that gold dress, black dress thing? Some people would see the dress as gold, and then the other people would see the dress as black. And he says that's a perfect example of how consciousness is, or reality is, an illusion. It appears to different people in different ways, but there's no consistent story behind it. So his whole thing is,
everything is not what it appears to be, or what it seems to be.
Well, I mean, I agree with that. Like, I don't know if calling it an illusion is helpful. That's all I would say.
I know what you mean, because I used to always get befuddled by that too. I'm like, why do we keep saying that? Like, but the thing is it just simply means, if you really understand, like most people, I think in a colloquial sense, illusion means not real, and that's the problem.
Or I'd like another analogy is like, let's say you had a bandwidth of reality, like a certain bandwidth. If you have a low bandwidth, you might consider that an illusion compared to like a high bandwidth, where you're interpreting
the whole story,
more of reality. And so that's one distinction that you can make without changing the nature of the reality itself. It's just that you have a certain perspective, a certain bandwidth of it.
But I think Caleb's on to something, because I think, like, remember the guy, he came in today kind of gung-ho, not Caesar, but the guy before him,
John,
was the atheist.
The guy that fell down the garbage pile.
And said, I'm out of here, and he left and shit. But he was like, an illusion, what are you talking, blah, blah. Well, no, actually, he said, he was the one that said consciousness is an illusion. That's what he said. He says consciousness doesn't exist, man. Consciousness is an illusion and it really isn't something to worry about, because and it really just didn't make sense. So Sophia asked them, yeah, but even if you are experiencing illusion, there's a consciousness behind the illusion. Like, you have to be conscious to have an illusion. And then he was really disagreeing with that, and I couldn't understand why, because it kind of makes sense to me that if you're having an illusion, that means you're conscious. Like, I can't imagine
No,
rocks have.
I agree with you. I just think it was his,
You know what I mean? Like, and I
no,
think
no,
Caleb,
I think it was,
Caleb is right though, because
there was a
Caleb's
certain hint
saying
of
he would never
immaturity
say
there,
that.
man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he was just like, you know, he was gonna argue to sake of argue. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like,
He was
you
an heuristic. It was one square circle after
Like,
another.
he's not gonna address you in the
But-
same way you would respect yourself. Like the way you're talking, like right now, like I would address that what you said, like with a respectful answer. Like, let me try to take a knack at this. You know,
I get what you were saying. Like, but I don't know. Like I like the when someone's like, you know, oh, so, you know, Newtonian, you know, physics, you know, it works and we still use it. It's this when you go beyond that, you know, try to look at a bigger picture of the universe, it doesn't work. It no longer works, and so we need relativity. But then when we try to do even a bigger picture, it's like, we need quantum mechanics, and it's like, but that doesn't mean those other things are false.
That's right.
It's true.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm getting at. You know,
What were those two things you and Sophia were, Scott and Sophia, you were going after him about when you die, does consciousness exist before? Well, was that your consciousness, or
yeah, I was trying to
was
figure
that
that
just
out
in
because
general?
yeah, because like we could agree or we could disagree. It just really depends on what you mean by the consciousness, because when an idealist talks about the consciousness, they're talking about this ever-pervading field of potential experiences that is housed in this mind, so to speak, like a quantum field. Okay, but when he was talking, he was kind of 1 minute talking about our own personal, and then flipping it over to the other. So I couldn't really pin him down on that, because he was saying, yeah, but when you die, it's like, we're not talking about when you die, because as far as I'm concerned, when I die, Scott's no longer going to be here. Like, Scott is just a figment of my no one even knows who Scott is, even myself, maybe, because I don't think any of us really know ourselves thoroughly, because there's so much unconscious processing going on into our being that we don't have access to. So we don't really understand ourselves, much less to know whether we, whatever that means, is going to survive after death. But I would say that consciousness itself, or that subjective experience, goes on in the lives of other people, other animals, other creatures, other sentient beings in the universe. So consciousness is kind of like that electricity, or gravity. It's always there, but it only manifests itself when the situation is correct in order to, to embody that. It's an unembodied consciousness, is unembodied, but it's only embodied when the situation meets. Like, if a planet is formed and it relates to another big heavy body in space or whatever, then gravity starts to become relevant to talk about, because now we can measure the gravity that's existing. But before those things, when the planets aren't there, does that mean that gravity no longer exists? No, it exists as a potential. It's part of the laws of nature. And it's like consciousness is kind of the same way. Like, it's always there. It's pervading. It's even beyond that. So it's just waiting to be embodied by something. This is the whole theory behind integrated information theory. Go ahead, Cafe. You're muted though.
Man, I love the way you put that. I was gonna add a real quick detail. I would love to hear your thoughts on it. I'm real interested in the studies, neuroscience revolving around mystical experience, and it is almost invariably reported amongst volunteers that meet so-called criteria for the complete mystical experience. They will say that they have a sense of consciousness being indestructible. like it's eternal, like it can't, you can't, reduce it, you can't take it away. And yeah, I don't know, that's one detail that they've noticed. I don't know, let's say, like
what I'll say about that.
Yeah, it almost seems like, let's say, consider it's true for a moment. All the things you just said right now, almost point at an intuition of that, like the way you were speaking of consciousness right now. It almost seems like it's an intuition that may be true. Who knows, right? I don't know. Yeah, I would say.
Well, if you need, what would help is to have some kind of experiential reference to this. So I would do this. Let's put it this way. So you have limited mind and you have unlimited mind. So what is limited mind? Limited mind is things like thoughts, feelings, intuitions, imagination, things like that. Those things are fleeting. In other words, your thoughts always change one minute to the other, just like your feelings, just like everything I just mentioned, right? So those things are what you call limited. So how can we get in touch with this unlimited mind or infinite mind, if you will? Well, we would define the infinite mind as that thing which isn't limited. It isn't fleeting. It's always there. So if you were to just stop right now and close your eyes and just focus on what it is that's experiencing your thoughts, your feelings, your breathing, the tingle on your toes, it's within something. And this thing never changes. This thing has been with you since you were born, since you can remember. Even when you don't remember it was there, it's always there. So this thing is unlimited. It's infinite because there's no boundary to it. There's no changing of it. It's the I amness of consciousness. So this I amness is what I'm pointing to. So this I amness is just this observer, and this observer exists in all of us. And it's just waiting to have something to observe. It's waiting to be embodied. It's waiting to come into fruition.
It's objective reality. It's right there. It's just
right there.
Have to be able to. We have to be willing to look at it.
Yes, it's not, and it's scary. It's a scary thing. Look, the guy who told me about that was this Buddhist priest, and I knew him in California when I worked out in Orange County, California. And he owned like a huge monastery or whatever. And he was a Buddhist priest, very knowledgeable dude. And he used to tell me this stuff. And at that time, I was like a really hardcore atheist, and I didn't understand a lot of this stuff. And he said, look, man, if you just go within, he goes, here's a practice you can do when you get home after work. Go home and meditate. And I've never meditated before in my life. But he said, just close your eyes and just think of, and just try to stop your thinking for a minute. Try to stop thinking, visualizing things or whatever. And I couldn't do it. So the next day I came back, he says, so did you have any luck stopping your thinking? I'm like, no. He goes, exactly. You're never going to be able to control that shit. But who was it that was observing that? I was like, what do you mean? He goes, yeah, but who was it that was, who was the person observing this non-thinking, or all these thoughts that kept fluttering into your mind when you're closing your eyes trying to stop it?
Yes.
Who was the one trying to stop it? Who was the one experiencing all these thoughts and all that? I said, I don't know. He goes, that's the observer. That's what we call the observer. And that observer has no limits.
You got to see it.
And
I got to see it for the first time. Yeah.
This is what I think, like the division between like theists and atheists is, like they're both attempting to describe that, which you just said, the observer, right? But they come from different vantage points, so therefore they call it like atheists, or like it's without the divine, without God. Whereas the theist, the observer contains all the attributes of the divine, so they label it that. And I don't know, so it becomes one big semantic argument when it comes down to it.
He brought up deist whiplash. Said some argue that this is the stream of consciousness. Same difference, exactly. So think about the internet. We're streaming this video. So we're streaming this live stream. Well, guess what? This isn't the only thing that exists. And when this stream ends, other streams will continue on and continue on. So streaming exists on its own. it exists for us. It exists for itself as a streaming consciousness. Consciousness exists for itself, whereas physicality and all of that exists in consciousness for ourselves. But anything unconscious doesn't exist for itself because it doesn't exist at all, period. So consciousness just continues indefinitely. It's that infinite, unchanging. Now, the thoughts might change, the identifications might change. Hell, they might even change within your own lifetime. You might be a rapper one minute and then you're a country singer the next. Your identity is always going to change, your thought process, all of this could change, but it doesn't mean that consciousness ended and another consciousness began or something like that. That's not the case at all. It's just that the stream of consciousness is ever changing, but it's always consistent.
The hardest thing is that everyone runs into is the hardest thing in life is removing yourself from realizing reality.
Yes.
That's the hardest thing of all that everyone
That's called ego
experience.
identification. Yeah.
And
I have a question for Scott real quick. Man, you say that so casually, man. Like the observer, yet you still, I mean, I don't know if it's true or how you identify. The impression I get is like, you don't necessarily identify as atheist. You can entertain all perspectives. You can be the theist, you can be that. That's what I like about you, man, because you can do that. And so, like, yeah, I don't think, but if there is a view that you seem to lean towards too, I've noticed an inclination towards atheism, which so what?
Not
right?
really. Let me clarify that too, because things change, all the time. And I would hate to think that I'm the same person I was even a year ago. You know what I mean? So what I say at this point where I'm at now is that I think that God is simply a word, a label. It's just something we use, and every God for everyone is going to be different. So in that perspective, I could say I'm a theist, because if God for me simply means some ultimate, you know, creator where all the creation comes from, if it means the oneness, the source, the one of reality, of course I believe all that. So why wouldn't I call myself a theist? But I think the reason I call myself an atheist at times is out of respect for theism. Like, I wouldn't want to hijack a label and make it something that most people don't really resonate with. I wouldn't want to disrespect the label that way. And so I would say I'm kind of agnostic, because not because I don't believe necessarily. I'm agnostic because I don't know what the word means.
You're
Like,
honest.
if we can just get a definition that we all can universally agree to, maybe I can then answer the question and say, yeah, I'm a theist or I'm an atheist. So and again, and then there's another way to look at it too, is that on certain days you're a theist and on certain days you're not a theist. It's like sometimes when you're making decisions in life and you're going about your everyday life trying to do the right thing or whatever, what motivates you to do the right thing? For me, it would be like my conscience. Like, but then where does my conscience come from? Like, what am I who am I conscious of? If I know that the self is just a construction, well, that person doesn't really matter, because that's made up imaginary concepts.
You're
So what is
conscious
this thing?
because it makes your life better, and you're smart enough to know long term, so you do virtuous things. But
I think
has ever crossed the mind to just sit there and, instead of identifying as an atheist, deist, whatever, fill in the blank, and I'll just stop identifying as it, because all these people are doing is using it as a talking point to argue in an I got you and sway conversation. It's like,
It just becomes
let's
so
go with the
semantic.
argument. Don't worry about what I am. I could be black. Okay.
Yeah, whatever I am, whatever. It's
I
like
knew
it's
you were
called
black all
semantics.
along.
Well, I am.
No, I can
It's
jump
in
on
the
board with
DNA.
that, but I think on the flip side of that, that's why it all happens in the first place, because they're trying to get, they're trying to refine those words. You know what I mean? Like, you're saying like, oh yeah, just relax, let it go. Whereas they're trying to get to a T to that definition, and that's where they, get caught up. I mean, that's where the philosopher looks inside the water reflection and stares at it forever, right?
Yeah, my agnosticism is, what is a God? What is a God? No one's really
Scott, hell yeah, that's exactly where I was gonna take it. I was gonna say, like, see if we're gonna like sharpen it to it, like a super T, like at the edge of a hair, like what makes you atheist, what makes you theist, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he said nowadays you've been leaning towards theism, but like in that same vein, like the same thing we're looking at, like we were talking about earlier, we're looking at the same thing, but we're interpreting it differently. So whereas the theist interprets it for God and the atheist interprets it without God, but it's a matter of perception. That's it. And so you've been leaning towards theism lately. I think that's cool. One of my favorite interviews, Neil deGrasse Tyson with Richard Dawkins, and Dawkins is trying to say that he got seduced by, I think, Teilhard de Chardin, the Omega Point and all that, and Peter Medawar came in and did a criticism, and he bought into the criticism. He says, like, like half witted college idiots listen to this guy, and Dawkins he ate it up. He's like, I admit that I'm a fucking idiot that for even paying attention to this theist. Let me pay attention to this Peter Medawar that's pouring criticism on this guy. And Neil deGrasse Tyson said, well, wait a minute. You didn't have to listen to Peter Medawar. You could have said, screw this guy. Teilhard de Chardin is a fucking genius. Like, it was a matter of perception.
Mm-hmm.
And he flipped it the other way. And yeah, man. So like, yeah, that's ultimately, I think, what it comes down to. And yeah, for me, like, like things like the mystical experience, stuff like that, I think they're real challenging to describe in an atheistic perspective. You know what I mean? Like, to try to describe what those experiences entail and so forth. That you've seen the Jim Burrows. That's why I mentioned Jim Burrows, because like, got into this thing. I'm like, damn, this dude's not even paying attention. Like, shit.
Yeah. And you got to understand, like, a lot of this stuff has to do with, just what you're exposed to on a more regular basis than not. And all of that stuff affects you consciously, unconsciously, and everything else. So, if you're just around an echo chamber all the time, you're more likely going to start parroting what you're always hearing, and you're going to start incorporating it into your identity. And you're going to start getting very well versed at your echo chamber and what they're feeding you every day. They're spoon feeding you. Same with theists, same with atheists, same with everybody. And that's why, to protect myself so that I can grow as a human, is I try to stay out of these echo chambers. I don't want to be too atheistic. I don't want to be too theistic. I just want to say this dichotomous thinking is maybe the illusion right there, that the dichotomy of you're either a theist or atheist. Like, I understand the dichotomy, like you either believe something or you don't, but I'm not really sure if it's that cut and dry anymore. I mean, if you really look at like confabulation, phenomenon, if you look at split brain patients where one side of their brain is an atheist and the other side was a theist, do we really know who we are, what we really believe? Like, we say certain things. I guess the question is, why are we saying it? That's really what we should be questioning. Like, what is the psychological state fundamentally that's causing you to speak like an atheist or speak like a theist? Because you may not be any of these things at all, or you might be all of the above. Who knows?
Yeah, shit.
Outliers and influence does not apply to you.
I hope not.
Well,
anyone.
I think it's in the that you get your YouTube algorithm going, and it starts going to Christopher Hitchens and Richard Dawkins, Grandma, like,
that tells you what your echo chamber is. Yeah.
Then you're gonna be influenced by that thought, and you got to watch out for that shit.
And you have to also watch out for the things you want to believe. Those are the things you should suspect the most. Like, like maybe part of the reason I was an atheist is because really deep down inside, I kind of wanted there to be a God, and I wanted there to be this and that. And so that's part of what my, there's a side of your brain that says, hey man, beware. That's a red flag. Be careful of the things you want too much, because then you start lowering your guard. You start lowering
It's
your
practically a
standards.
joke now with the AI, man. Like like shit, misinformation, overload and shit now. Like,
Can I ask a quick one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go for it.
Where do you stand your ground on reality?
Who you asking?
The group.
Oh, go ahead, Cafe. Repeat the question one more time.
Where do you stand your ground on reality?
My favorite analogy, like you mentioned earlier, like we mentioned earlier, was the ground. Yeah, not the ground about being the mind at large. Aldous Huxley, mind at large.
Yeah.
His idea was that your consciousness right now, this moment, is filtering reality, and so you don't have the full spectrum, full bandwidth of reality right now. And so mystical experiences supposedly are those moments that you do get a glimpse. And so that was the structure. So like, in other words, one mind, one consciousness, like all the mystics have said. I think even some physicists, like I can't remember his name right now, but that reality itself is, consciousness is like a phase, a process that's phasing in all beings into the singularity. Like we're all coming back to one consciousness. That's what all the major religions seem to purport. Like there's one mind. There's one unity. There's one
commonality. That's perennial philosophy.
Yeah. There's one
Caleb, what do you stand? Where do you stand your ground on reality, Caleb?
I would say that, as far as I can tell, the only thing that is real is the cosmos itself. So it's made of the natural world is real, and and I go only as far as that, because it's like, to me it's like, is consciousness fundamental? I don't know. Is matter fundamental? I don't know. All I know is that there's these elements, there's these particles. What is it? What are these things at its, like, what are they truly? Well, their essence, if you want to call it. I don't know. I know that there is stuff out there. I'm experiencing this stuff. I'm made of the same stuff. Like we're all made of. We're part of the universe, but we're the universe is also in us, and binds us all together. To me, that's as real as it gets.
So for me, I would answer that question like this. I'd say, well, the only thing I really know is that I'm having an experience. Like the atheists say, I could be a brain in the vat. So, but either way, it is an appearance. It is a real appearance. It does have consequences. It is what it is. And the rest of it's an inference. So if I'm going to do inferential work, then I would have to pick out things that I value as good guides. And one of the guides I would pick would be parsimony. I would pick making the less assumptions as possible when I try to understand what the world is. And I would only work with things I know to be true. And so when I look at the natural world, I understand it, like Caleb, you said, it's an appearance. It's the way the universe has presented itself to me. But it presented itself to me within my conscious experience. I can't get out of my conscious experience. So if I was to just build on what I know, then analytically, anyways, to talk about it, I would lean towards idealism, because it's making consciousness the fundamental thing. But we're talking about ontology, like what is this outside world beyond my experience made of? Well, I couldn't really know that because it's outside my conscious experience, right? But there are things I can use at my disposal. There's tools like logic, consistency, parsimony, things like that. And so all of that stuff has kind of led me down this idealistic rabbit hole. But what about you, Al? What do you ground your reality on?
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to have my feet to the fire on. Okay. Um, I just try to seek virtue in things, and I have a bad tendency of when I see things of destroying things that are non-virtuous. And the only thing I can base that on is objective reality. So once you have a foundation, you can build from there. And I hate to say this, but that's where I kind of draw the line on things. You
Would
know,
you
nope,
could you call that
nobody has
a moral? Would you say that you're more driven by ethics and morality? Is that what you mean?
just ethics.
Ethics, okay. So
No,
ethics.
morality is that's internal. I'd shoot every son of a bitch that pissed me off, but
Yeah.
so, yeah, I mean, no ethical behavior.
I
But
have a quick
that the
question.
reality of it is, it's just that people need to learn the foundation of reality. Then they can build whatever house they wish upon it, if you will.
Go
And
ahead,
if your
Kevin.
house is different, I don't give a damn. I don't have to live next to you.
There you go. Go ahead, Cafe. Unmute.
Yeah, quick question for you, Scott. You know,
Okay.
like you know, you said you lean towards idealism. You know, like have you, you know, seen the alternative, what's considered on the other side with like Daniel Dennett and the Four Horsemen of Atheism?
Yep.
They really can, like, if you don't make consciousness at the forefront, you know, then it's disregarded as a philosophical zombie. You know, like it's just like an aberrant, you know, a glitch on the side. You know, like from like if you really you know, examine the atheist perspective, like this is what it ultimately succumbs to.
Well,
You know,
don't say atheist, say
Yeah.
materialist.
Like,
Because like I said, I'm an atheist, or could be, or I don't know. I don't know what I am.
He's referring to he's referring to atheist shits. I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, he's that. That's what he's talking
because
about. But
because it's like,
go ahead, Caleb.
well, it's like, yeah, I also, you know, identify as an atheist, and I'll just say
He doesn't
this: it's
believe
like
that.
I don't really give my atheism any real meaning. It's like it's not a core part of my identity. You know, it's just a useful label to me. But no, it's like my issue with the whole new atheist movement is just how philosophically bankrupt it is. It's like when I think of, like, you know, a case for atheism, it's like I think of people like Grant Oppy who actually think about all
But
this
you
on a
know,
deeper level.
those people, for me, they don't strike me necessarily as atheists in the strict term, but more like agnostic sort of people, like people that just really don't know for sure, one way or the other. And
your
if you
thoughts.
look at atheism in the colloquial term, that might work, but atheism in the philosophical terms, atheism is the complete denial that God is even possible to exist.
Well, it's like most atheists today would fall under that.
The
You
colloquial.
know, yeah, like they just lack belief.
Yeah, right.
They don't want to have to do any sort of philosophical rigor.
Right.
bingo,
Captain,
Caleb, you
finish.
nailed it, my man. And true atheists can prove a God does not exist.
A true atheist can. Okay.
Yes, a
What
true
is a
atheist
God?
can.
First of all, define what is a God. This is the part I never understand. What is God?
A self-contradicting concept.
Okay. Well, under that definition, I think we would all agree that doesn't exist.
I mean,
It's a square circle. It's that simple.
Square circles don't exist. I agree with you.
For me, I would say that
Name it.
It's that I would take the different approach and be like, well, it's, you know, what is God? Well, it's like, well, if I'm talking to a theist, it's like, well, it's like, what is the God you believe in? It's like, to me, it's like, well, the concept is going to be different for everyone. So it's like,
right,
I have to try to be on the same page as my interlocutor. Like, otherwise, I'm just going to straw man them, and I don't want to do
Exactly.
that.
That's what I'm getting at, Caleb. Like that's what makes me agnostic about the whole thing, because I can never understand what it is objectively. It seems to me like the God thing is more of a concept that's subjectively
in a general
even
sense.
in a general sense, because even Christians, that
No,
say
but you can
God is
say
this, they all disagree on what God is. Like
no.
some say he's the Trinity, some say he's not.
Okay, but you're examining it from like have you heard of like a negation examination, like neti is referred in Hinduism. It's like you say not necessarily what God is, but what God's not.
Right.
And so you can necessarily say that an atheist is someone who is relative to their notion of God that they don't agree with. They
Right.
have an idea of God that they don't agree with. It at the very basis, we could say that. And so what is it that they're not computing with, and what is it that they disagree with? And so in other words, the implication is that if you can conjure a God that is logical, makes sense, then it would coincide with theism. You'd be like, okay, I'm a theist. I agree with this notion of the divine. But
See, and I agree with you, man, because this is the problem I have with both, not just the atheists, but also with theists, because sometimes they'll say, I'll ask them what is Satan? And then they'll say, well, Satan is not good. He's not this. He's not that. It's like, you're just telling me what he's not, but you're not telling me what he is.
Okay.
And that's really what I'm trying to get at. You know
Well,
what I mean?
hold on, wait a minute, man, dude. Since you mentioned that, dude, I got in my favorite. I had mentioned my favorite philosopher, Adam Watts. He's like, he would ask, he's like, "Who do you think Satan is?" Implying that it's you. It's at your worst. It's a metaphor for your worst moments of your ego when you're
your dark shadow, right?
The gravest sin.
But
like
again,
you are Satan.
that's according to you and Alan Watts and myself and others might say
Yeah,
that, but that's not really true according to
Yeah,
the old
it's not
lady down at the
mainstream.
church. The old lady at the church says Satan is this guy with horns and a pitchfork.
Sure, but what I'm asking you is to consider the alternative, that it's never meant anything else.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Psychologically, unconsciously. Yeah.
Satan is anything I disagree with.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I mean, you can disagree with fine, but that's not.
Liberals think I'm a Satan, and conservatives do too.
Yeah.
It's see that's the whole thing. This is why these discussions are fun, because you get to engage people, and then you get to talk about what it is they believe, and you don't have to really negate the entire whole general idea, because they're not really presenting that. They're only like, if I ask someone what is a God, and they'll say, well, God is love according to John such and such.
You've never saw
what is
that as
God? They'll say God is
real quick. You've never saw that as a challenge for yourself to try to come up with the most coherent, sensical, notion.
I mean, Scott and I tried this once.
So if I'm talking to a theist and they're like, okay, well, what's your concept of a God? But if you're saying it's like, forget the theist, what's a God to you, to an atheist?
Mm-hmm.
And to me, it's like the most coherent thing I can think of, and maybe this is just due to my indoctrination as a Christian, growing up as a Christian, but it's like, so to me, it's like, it would have to be something that is responsible for all of existence.
Oh man, it always winds up with this game that it's undefinable, almost like with the Christians or any other theist, because there's a lot of experiences. Some people like going into the woods and they cannot tell you what the hell that essence is that comes into them. They're closer to like a god, basically. And, like in heaven, I heard a good one from the Mormons about what heaven is like. It's not, well, my version of heaven, I got 50 hookers and booze and bitches. But no, it's not any end of it. It's just this being that you are super close to, and it's just the ultimate perfection. And even in our own subjective opinion, we know there's something way better than even that in our own. And I mean, if there was a God, I'd like to think that's what it would be like.
I think you're on the right track because, like, you know, it's funny listen to y'all because, like, you know, I'm speaking from the vantage point of like having something like a mystical experience, and when I hear your different ideas, like they all kind of point to that same intuition. And, you know, like if you, Scott, I said, I challenged you to like, what would be like a real, you know, if you had to condense a definition of God, you know, what would you describe it? If you had to make the most sense out of it, so on and so forth. For me, what I've come up with is, you know, we said it earlier, unbounded consciousness, consciousness without limits, you know, like ultimate consciousness, you know, and, you know, God in this notion represents, you know, everything, every permutation that could ever be, you know, contained in that infiniteness of mind, what have you, if you will, right? And yeah, that's all fine and well, and it may sound like airy fairy and woo woo, you know what I mean? But like for the mystic, that's a pervasive reality throughout.
Yeah, period.
Yeah.
You know, that's the thing, you know, as the way that I am, just as who I seem to be, is I'm someone who wants to be as honest as possible and consistent in my statements. And so I couldn't necessarily say, well, I think God is, you know, he's 8 feet tall. He likes lemonade. He loves the color red. You know, all these things that I don't really know are true. But people, you'll be really surprised to see how fast people do stuff like that. Just to kind of, I don't know why they do it, but I think it's more of a reflection of their own psychology. It could be, but they'll admit they've never met God. They've never, you know, well, you can't see God and live or whatever, but yet they know all this stuff about what God likes and what he don't like and his attitude. He's got his favorite country. His favorite country is what? America. You know, he's got his favorite football team. He's got his favorite baseball team. I mean, these people pray for their God to win the game, and you know they have these very comic book sort of ideas of God. And like for me, if I had to talk about God, it would be much more deeper than that. And
Yeah, right.
it wouldn't really
You would think.
it wouldn't really require, you know, any sort of moral prerogative or anything like that, because first of all, we have to go by what we know. We know
Yeah.
that evil exists in the world. We know that suffering, you know, even, you know, unnecessary suffering exists in the world. So this tells us a little bit about God, because there's also pleasure, love, heroes, you know, there's all these virtues, there's all of these things that also gives us a clue who God is. But there's also a quantum field where all these things sort of exist in a oneness, in a non-local entangled state. That little tells you a little bit about who God is. So you can put all that together and you can start to form an idea.
It's hypothetical.
Well,
Stop with the physics. None of you.
it says quite a bit, I think, about you, Scott, because in our last conversation, you mentioned, you know, unnecessary. What did you call it? Unnecessary evil.
Unnecessary suffering.
Yeah, suffering, unnecessary suffering.
I don't even call it evil anymore because evil is so subjective. But go ahead.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah. No, I'm intrigued that you're even interested in that in particular, because you mentioned it last time too. Unnecessary suffering. You know, it will come down to people's notion of what they, you know, how they imagine the divine, you know, because like we got into this last time, I think, and I think you know, the problem of evil as it's, you know, said in philosophy, you know, it's one of the major ones that's brought up. I kind of touched on it earlier a little bit when I mentioned the the original sin, the division that we have to make. Yeah, okay. I think here's really what it kind of comes down to, and I think you would agree with me, is that most people haven't had this mystical experience, so forth, and so there's no language for them to draw upon to try to speak on it. And so like when you were mentioning like their experience, like I mean, you kind of brushed over it, but like Matt Dillahunty, for instance, like man, when he references, he thinks he's referring to like literally goosebumps, like frisson. You know what I mean? Like this is he's equating to mystical experience, like missing the point, by miles and miles. Like I guess if we had to define that a transformation of consciousness, something. But yeah, Matt Dillahunty, I literally heard him define it as goosebumps. The chills you get up your spine, good music, whatever. Like, oh yeah.
Well, see, this is the thing about Matt Dillahunty. I had a conversation one time with him before too, and but one of the things that I was mentioning was that he was talking about but religious experience people couldn't and I was kind of straw manning a theist position. And I was telling him, but what you don't understand is every experience is a mystical experience. Every experience. There is no mundane experience. You seem to be dividing up, like I was telling him, he's dividing up the experience you have in a church or the experience you have of getting bit by a fucking snake and living for some reason or some shit. And I'm telling him, look, you don't have to go that far. You can just say, the experience of smelling a rose is mystical if you really think about it, because if under his worldview, there's nothing but matter in motion, molecules in motion or whatever he says. And it's like, well, if that's the case, then the fact that these molecules can combine and have any experience whatsoever seems to be kind of magical.
What do you think about the way Jung put it? He said, he talked about synchronicity. And, synchronicity being this like really rare coincidence event that occurs. He said, if for someone that's really paying attention, every moment is, a moment of synchronicity. Like we live in a reality of synchronicity. It's kind of the same way of saying like, everything's a mystical experience. Yeah. I mean, yes, we can say that, but, also I think we want to try to elucidate the phenomenon at the same time. I think that's why they make a distinction between like complete mystical experience, partial, incomplete, so I mean, but I'm not saying that I disagree with you that we can call it all that. I really like Jung's, for those paying attention, synchronicity is an ever-present reality with the eyes that could see. Same thing. It's another way of saying the same thing that he said.
Oh, see, but going back to the God definition real quick, it's like something that's I can reveal something about myself to you guys is like not only would I say it's responsible for all ultimate reality, but that it has some sort of agency, like, and so to me that's why for me like the concepts of like pantheism of like just nature being God doesn't resonate with me. Peterson's, the highest value on your hierarchy of values doesn't resonate with me. And if I were to become, if I were to ever become an idealist and accept the mind at large, like to me, it's like that doesn't really like to say like, this simple universal mind is God doesn't like resonate with me.
Man, okay.
I know.
Man, well, hear me out, brother. Like I
like,
think
I'm just saying, I'm just trying to, I'm just trying to tell you where I'm coming from.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And I hear you. So like if I were to become an idealist, it's like I guess I would become an atheist idealist is what I'm saying.
Well, most idealists are atheists.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say to your notion right there, like one of the very first things you said was like your notion of God has volition or has like a will, a choice. You know, this is man. If you look into like classical theism, that's completely antithetical to classical theism. Like, you know, the way I guess it's kind of imagined. Like, if you're gonna even consider the possibility of choice inside the divine, the way they imagine it with classical theism, it's like almost like every decision already occurred. You know, like everything or it was already done in a higher dimension. Like it happened yesterday. Yeah. So like, so even say that God has like a will, it's like an anthropomorphizing, you know, because we have agency, you know.
Right.
Yeah, it makes no sense to say that God has agency.
That's my problem. That's my problem with adopting the God thing, is that's what a lot of people assume that they mean by God. But like I was saying before, if I was to actually use that language, which I have before, it would be more pantheistic or idealistic. Like it would be sort of
or I like the term panentheistic.
Panentheistic, because it would be something higher than But like for me to say that the God has volition and wants to do stuff is just kind of incoherent to me, because that means that God is needy.
Yes,
And
we all agree. It's incoherent to me too. You know,
it's kind of incoherent.
If I
And
started
the other
imagining
thing,
God in that sense, I would say like, no, I don't agree with this.
and like this greater mind, like the way I conceptualize the greater mind, it has to be fragmented in order for it to actually observe itself and find any kind of meaning or experience. Because if it's by itself, there's nothing to be conscious of, and there's nothing to really have meaning from. Like everything is just it, and so there's no relations. And so that's where consciousness sort of that's where it springs from. So once whatever it is that this, this potential created this fragmentation, and from the fragmentation we have this sort of self-reflection of, it's like Carl Sagan said, we are the universe experiencing itself.
You can also take exactly what you just said and apply it to like the fragmentation of the Christian religion, like to Catholicism and Judaism, all the, it kind of
the denominations.
Like, the denominations, it kind of fragments it in the same way. Like, you have, like, if you trace all these denominations back, you get a single root.
Right.
Like
That's dualism. That's dualism. That's the whole purpose of dualism. And that's the whole reason, if there is a God, it created this dualistic reality, because that's the only way you're going to really find meaning in life is through dualism. There's no heroes if there's no challenges, right?
And that's why, when that, like, I always mentioned like the other possibility, non-dualism, which is, the rare event,
that's the fundamental part.
That most people haven't had. It lays at the bedrock of reality.
Right.
Kathy, Scott, you're both onto something there. And about this, basically, God is to each individual what is most comfortable to them.
Yeah, and like I said, it's like my
We'd be dicks to rob them of that.
My definition of God, or how I have come to conceptualize God, is very much colored in the Christian mythos, that culture, because how I grew up as a Catholic.
And see, Christianity, for me, I think that if I'm really honest with you, the impression I get from reading ancient texts like the Bible, for example, like the Old Testament, New Testament, stuff like that, is they at least they present the God as kind of a very humanistic sort of, with all the flaws of a human, with all the anger, with all the wrath, with all the love, with all the goal setting, ignorance, knowledge. All of these other ideals came out after the text was already written.
Definitely.
so like with the Catholic, like with the early church, right? The early church would start saying things like, oh, well, God is omniscient, or God is all knowing, all powerful, not sure if the Bible really promotes that. It seems like the Bible promotes the idea that God didn't know what somebody was doing until Satan went wandering around the world to report to him, hey, there's this guy named Job, and then that got God's attention. Or like in the Garden of Eden, when you know oh, he found out something that he didn't know before, or he regretted creating man, so he had to flood the earth. Like, it just seems like the narrative is that God isn't this all-knowing entity necessarily. I think that's sort of an artifact of the early church that came out and made philosophy around it, and said, oh yeah, God is all knowing, and all that stuff about him finding out stuff and regretting and stuff like that. Oh, that was just symbolic language for us to understand. And
I mean,
I don't know if that's true.
It's the same with the concept of the Holy Trinity. It's like that came after.
Came way after.
Oh, that's a good one. Let them fucking explain that. Oh, that's brilliant every time. But no, you know what? It's a lot of things that people miss about the Bible, and it's the most simplest of concepts. The Bible just tells you how to live an ethical life, and the thing is, people will nitpick it. You know, Scott, you and Sophia started going on about the slavery thing. Verse in slavery, do not beat your slaves to death.
Right.
Well, you know what? It's an ethical thing. It's taken a part of history, and it's just showing you how can you be the most ethical as possible.
Well, that's
And that's the whole Bible.
You're arguing for the weak-kneed liberal.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. It's not only that verse. It's not only that verse. It's the entire. Hold on. It's not. It's the entire Bible. That's all it does is just tell you how to live an ethical life.
But that's what the weak-kneed flag wavers say.
But if that's all they were arguing, I would have much less of an issue. But it's like they're saying, like they'll say that morality is objective and it comes from God. Then if you try to apply that logic to the Bible, it just falls apart.
Where did you get ethics from?
Thank you.
Where did you get ethics from in the first place? Here's the thing.
I know,
You're reading.
I know.
I'm not a Bible thumper. Okay.
I know.
But it's like when I looked back at it with an actual open mind, I was like, holy shit, this thing matches Aristotelian ethics perfectly. It uses metaphor. Hold on. It uses metaphor and
Alejandro's going to
story.
kill you with that, though. You know that, right?
I don't give a shit what he has to say.
He's going to call it. Okay.
But the thing is, that's all it is. It fine. If you don't understand metaphor, most people don't have conceptualization close enough to an 8-year-old from the 1970s nowadays. There's a difference. It's the story behind. It's the meaning behind the stories.
I mean, I think that perennialist view, I think we can all agree on. But the problem is, like Caleb was saying, if you talk to these people, they're going to tell you things like morality is objective. They're going to tell you things like God is omniscient. He knew all along what he was going to do.
Because they're fucking idiots. They don't understand their own Bible.
Yeah, I thought
that's why me and Sophia went in on everybody. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's exactly why we did it.
Try to be nice, but I mean, let's call a spade a spade.
Yeah, we might as well.
Do you have any fans of A Perfect Circle? Maynard James Keenan?
Oh, buddy, it's just like anything with Maynard, win.
Man, well, he has a commentary on the song Judith. You know, that's the one that you're such an inspiration. Fuck your God. You know, he has a commentary where he goes over like Genesis. He's like, think about the Bible fundamentalist. In the beginning, there was a word, and the word was love or light. You know, the translation. If it's love, he's like, pretty much you can close the book right there. You know, like that's all you have to realize.
All you need.
Yeah. And I mean, that's one way to put it. And I hear this dude, but yeah, if you want to nitpick about the details, man, Mosaic law was something implemented for the time. Like, you know what I mean? That's what the scholars will.
Well, see, this is breeding ground for the capitalists, because what they're going to do, the move that they have made, not that what they couldn't do, but what they have done, is they've become all these different denominations just based on those nitpicky little verses. And they reject that thing
You're
about
right.
love, you see, because if you say it all bottoms out to love and that's all you really need, well, how does that make them money? How is that going to make how is
Scott,
that going to
you're right.
Of course.
You're right about them and a lot of other groups. Name a denomination of Christianity that does not exploit the Bible and does not even come close to living it.
Bingo. Bingo, you said it, Al. That's exactly what I'm saying too. And they come up with all, and unfortunately the Bible is like the great book of, beliefs. You can cherry pick anything,
Yeah.
and you can really believe anything you want. Like we had a guy on last week, Coach Renz, and he's a big
I missed that
Bible.
one. Sorry.
No, you were there. You were there, Al. You were there. And I'm actually going to play a little bit of Coach Renz because he actually talks about this. But
I've seen one of his videos.
oh yeah, he pisses off a lot of Christians. Let me tell you that. I've seen it for myself. And one of the things he came up with, I think it's one of his last videos. I think it was a short, and I wanted to play it. Let me see.
I wish he was a coach in my middle school, like that one big scary black dude. Now y'all gonna get in the shower and don't let me see you all willy watching.
Willy watching.
Dude was epic.
Here it is. Hold on. I gotta show you this. Hold on. This is fucking great because this comes from a pastor's own mouth. And I don't even know why he would let this get exposed like that, but I'm gonna play this video, let you see it. Not the whole thing, just part of it. Here we go. Let me put it on the screen. Y'all are gonna love this one. This goes back to what we're talking about, what Al is trying to say. He's saying it for himself, so it's not even a theory anymore. What Al's saying is not just conspiracy. Can you see the screen?
You can get the Bible to say whatever you want the Bible to say through a topical message and cherry picking verses, and the Greek word here in the 10th definition in Blue Letter Bible means this, so this means this. Okay, so I'll give you an example. Does a preaching fail on my end? I'll take ownership, okay? You remember Joseph's thrown into the pit in the book of Genesis, and do you guys remember who pulled him out of the pit? It was actually Judah that went down into the pit and pulled Joseph out. And so here's my message, right? Because Judah means praise. It was, if you're ever in a pit in your life, sometimes the only thing that can pull you out is praise. If you're feeling low, praise. Which is like, powerful thought, biblical thought, overarching. Here's the problem. Praise does not then go on to sell you into slavery. So it's like Judah takes him out of the pit, but yet then he sells him into slavery and takes some money for it.
So, and that's just one example. Like there's so many examples of cherry picking, parts of the Bible in order to support your denomination. But that's the money maker. I'm not even going to lie to you. That's what you have to have. Competition, man. Competition is what drives the economy. And so these churches have to kind of compete with each other somehow. So you can't all just get together and unify and say, "Oh, God is love," end of story. And there's no money in it.
You movie buff, Scott? Like,
yeah,
you like
kinda.
80s flicks?
Yes.
Man, there's a channel. I'll link it to you. I'll put it in the comment section, or I'll send it to you. It's a like fantasy Hollywood generated videos by AI. You know what I mean? Like movies that haven't came out that you would like to see, like the next Rush Hour, something that's not, in the making, but that fans would want to see. Mm-hmm. This guy does, the generated videos. You get these ideas like, man, if you have a good repertoire of knowledge of the 80s flicks, then, man, you could probably come up with some badass weird science, the next, whatever. And man, so he had, so YouTube pays out like $1,000 per million views. And this dude last month had 40 million views on those AI generated videos, man. So it's like $40,000 right there. You know, like how would you like to get together, man, and try to create something?
Because I have a few videos like that I use AI to
cool, hell
create
yeah.
for me. I don't know if you ever seen them. I'll you can look
man,
at
you
it.
got some.
I'll send you the links. Yeah. Not as many views as I'd like, but got pretty good views on it. But you know, yeah, that's the idea. I wanted to do AI generated videos, and I think they were cool. I'm gonna let me play one.
Hopefully you haven't seen the viral one I'm on, dude. I'm fucking drunk in the middle of the street, acting like I'm on fentanyl and shit. Like, oh my god, like shit.
Oh man.
Yeah, don't look for that one.
Here we go. I'll just play a little bit of it, just to kind of give you an idea of what. And this is all AI generated. I mean, I wrote the script pretty much in some of the language, but I had help of AI with the voice and the characters and you know the flow of the entire thing. So it was a really good tool. But it was a lot of fun. It's really easy to do. And you can make a lot of money out of that shit, man. That's why I'm trying to learn how to get better and better at it. But I did this one on this video here.
Dual and non-dual perspectives, biosemiotics, and the nutty viewpoints of conscious observers. What the hell is consciousness, anyway? All right, so when I'm talking about consciousness, or that phenomenal consciousness crap, I'm basically talking about the whole damn show going on inside your head. It's that spot where you got your little gay feelings, your dumb thoughts, where you're figuring stuff out, making judgments, picking things apart, and actually focusing on something. It's like the stage where all that mental bullshit of yours happens. Some stuff to keep in mind. Brain. This is the physical organ that processes information. It's the fucking meat computer. Mind. This is the whole damn system of thoughts, emotions, and how you think. It's what the brain does. Unless you're a dumbass, of course. Consciousness. This is the subjective experience of awareness. What it's like to be a dumb fuck like yourself. It's not just brain activity or thoughts. It's the feeling of being alive. These ain't the same thing, and how they hook up is still being debated by eggheads and philosophers. The different ways. Your brain does its thing. Now you can look at this consciousness thing in a few ways. Kind of like different settings on a TV. Modes of consciousness, the big picture. These are the broad categories of awareness, like waking up. This is when you're awake, alert, and actually taking in the world. High sensory input, lots of thinking, doing stuff. You're on like a thong sweet tits. Dreaming. You're asleep, but your brain's still putting on a show. Vivid mental movies, but you ain't really getting any outside input. Seizures. This ain't a normal mode, obviously. It's when your brain goes all haywire and shit. Minimally conscious state. This is when someone's kinda there. They show some awareness of themselves or what's around them, but they can't really talk or do much. They're like two sandwiches, short of a picnic, you know what I mean? States of consciousness. What's going on? Inside, these are the specific experiences within those modes. High awareness. This is when you're locked in, paying close attention, making careful decisions. Mindfulness. Just being present, man. Really feeling your thoughts and feelings without judging them. Sleep. You're kinda shut down, but your brain's still chugging along, doing its nightly maintenance. Hypnosis. Someone's talking you into shit, and you're super suggestible. You might even start seeing things differently. Like all of a sudden you want to buy that dildo that whistles the national anthem when you sit on it. 'Cause someone you kept talking to thought it was a really great fucking idea. Hallucinogens. You take some weird shit, and suddenly the walls are breathing and you're talking to a rainbow. Your perceptions are totally out of whack. Kinda like our political leaders and shit. Levels of consciousness. How deep are you? This is about how intense your awareness is. Superconscious. This is like next level awareness. Heightened intuition, almost like you're tapped into something bigger. Conscious. This is your everyday brain. The stuff you're aware of that helps you make decisions and get through another fucked up day at work and shit. Preconscious. Information that's not on your mind right now, but you could pull it up real quick if you needed to. Like what you had for breakfast yesterday. Or how you really want to bang that redhead with the wooden leg and the fake eyeball who works as a waiter down at the local watering hole. Subconscious. This is the deep stuff, man. These are processes that operate below the level of your direct awareness. They might be from brain patterns or deep-seated mental habits, but you're not directly conscious of them. Other ways to look at it. Phenomenal consciousness. This is the raw, what it's like to be your stupid-ass experience. Be in you, right now. It's not just neurons firing or your brain doing tricks. It's the subjective feel of it. Access consciousness. This is the information in your mind that you can access to make decisions, think through problems, or act. Yeah, your brain might be doing the processing, but this is about what you can actually subjectively attend to. Self-consciousness. That's when you're aware of yourself as a separate person, like, oh, I'm me and I'm doing this dumb thing. Introspective consciousness. This is just looking inward, being aware of your own thoughts and mental activities. So yeah, it's a complicated mess, this whole consciousness thing. But these different ways of looking at it kind of help you get a handle on the sheer variety of how your brain works. You know what I mean? The illusion of reality, or is it? Now, we know we don't have direct access to reality. It's ingested as an appearance on that stage of awareness. An illusion, you may say, and it's said quite a bit by every philosopher on the topic, it seems. Now, one may ask, but are illusions the opposite of reality? They are unfounded, correct? All right, so here's the thing about illusions. They're not just some made-up bullshit. The fact that you're having an illusion, that's a real thing, man. That's a reality for the poor bastard who's seeing it. You gotta actually exist and be conscious to even have an illusion in the first place. The brain in a vat and your old lady. So, like Descartes said, I think, therefore I am. Whether you're a brain in a vat or you're out here in the real world, those thoughts, those feelings, those appearances, they're all real as those illusory things. They're happening to you. It's like, why the hell did I ever think it was a good idea to ask my significant other to back me up on my philosophical views? That right there? That might be the biggest goddamn illusion of them all. All right, so you're saying something ain't real until you're actually looking at it from a certain angle, right? Like, if you just keep applying that idea without thinking, you're gonna go nuts. We can get so far up our own ass overthinking this stuff, we end up creating more illusions. Because everybody's coming from a different place, with different ideas in their head. Dualism, the old us versus them trap. And then there's this dualism thing. It's basically looking at the world like everything's separate, like good and evil, right and wrong, us and them. It's like your brain can only handle two things at once, you know? And that's just, it's limited. It's like wearing blinders. The limited mind, and how we screw ourselves. See, we all got these limited minds. We're biased, right? Our experiences, how we grew up, what kind of mood we're in, all that stuff warps how we see things. So we naturally fall into this dualistic way of thinking. And when you get too rigid with that, when you start trying to cram the whole damn world into those two little boxes, that's when it becomes an illusion. Because the world ain't that simple, man. It's all connected. When dualism becomes a problem. When you get stuck on one point of view with this dualistic shit, it just leads to arguments and stubbornness. You can't see the other side. You can't see the shades of gray. You're just fucked. But here's the thing. We can imagine a world where everything's connected. And if that way of thinking actually works, if it helps you get good results, like, say, in something like biosemiotics, where they're looking at how living things communicate and interpret signals, then maybe it's valid. If it's useful, that's the key, right? Don't just jerk off intellectually. Biosemiotics, nature's secret language. All right, so you ever heard of biosemiotics? It's this whole field, right? It's where a bunch of smart people from different areas get together to study how signs and meaning work in living things. What the hell does that even mean? We're talking about everything from, like, The smallest little cell in your body all the way up to a whole goddamn ecosystem. They're looking at how organisms, animals, plants, bacteria, whatever, use signs and signals to communicate with each other and with their surroundings. It's basically trying to figure out the biological reason why things have meaning and how we interpret all that information. Like, how does a bird know what another bird's chirp means? Or how does a plant know when to grow towards the sun? It's all about the hidden language of life, man. It's pretty wild when you think about it. All right, so for like thousands of years, people have been watching their pets, or the squirrels or whatever, going absolutely nuts before some big natural disaster hits. Like the birds are screaming, the dogs are barking at nothing. It's like, what the hell is going on here? So the question is, can we actually use these little freaks of nature to give us a heads up? Can Fido tell us when the big one's coming down? Or is it just another one of those things where we see something and go, huh, weird. Apparently some animals are tuned into something we ain't. Elephants. These big bastards have been seen running for higher ground before tsunamis and earthquakes, sometimes days in advance. Go figure. Birds. They get restless, mass together, and fly weird before volcanoes blow and the ground starts shaking. Dogs. Poor Fido's whining, crying, and hiding before earthquakes. Snakes. These slithery sons of bitches are leaving their burrows and waking up from hibernation before earthquakes. Rats, weasels, centipedes. These little creeps are booking it from their homes before an earthquake hits. Oarfish. These weird deep-sea fish got washed up on shore in California right before a 4.6 magnitude earthquake. Coincidence? Maybe. Or maybe they just know something. And then you got the Japanese with their Shinrin-yoku, or forest bathing. It's just hanging out in the woods, listening to the sounds, smelling the smells, feeling the vibe. No strenuous exercise, just being present with nature. They say it helps with stress and well-being. Maybe they're onto something with this whole connected to nature thing.
Yeah. So that's what I put together, that little video.
That would have taken me 2 days back in 2016.
Dude.
You like it?
Yeah, that was quite. Yeah, it was pretty lengthy, man. How long did you spend on that?
I spent a day on it, just putting ideas together and shit, and fed it into the AI just to kind of organize my thoughts a little bit and draw some, events or whatever.
Thing that kills it is there's no nuance in it. There's nothing you can really tell the detachment from a human in it.
Yeah.
It needs more gay feelings.
Yeah, it needs a lot of gay feelings, man.
Yes,
that's
Scott.
true.
when you're writing, lift your pinky when you sit.
I was gonna ask how many views you have on it so far on YouTube.
Oh, let me look. How many have I seen so far?
You seen this one, man?
I've got 112 views on it.
Oh shit! Oh, badass.
Wow.
Wow.
That's nice. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Jesus Christ. Throw it away. Monster baby. My God, it scared me.
Doing this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta do one of Scott, man.
Yeah,
What's
do
that?
one for me, man. That'd be funny.
I
Yeah,
know.
man. But yeah, anyways, we're going on and on. It's over 4 hours. Wow. So I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream because I gotta get something to eat, man. I'm starving.
Yeah, it was cool, man. It's always lovely shooting with you, man.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. Love you guys coming up, showing up. Everybody who's showed up today, I appreciate you. And if you're still out there watching, man, like and subscribe to the channel, man. Love to have different viewpoints. I definitely don't want to come off like we're some kind of dogmatic religion or anything. We're just talking ideas, and
It's only reality, and if that scares them, that's
You don't
their
want to come off
problem.
like my viral
it
video,
scares
man.
the shit out of them. Yeah. All right, guys, we're gonna see you next week, man. Try to come on through, man. Love to hear from you again. Yep.
Good Dr. Dave and the Gen Z are back.
Yeah, I want them to come back too. Yeah.
All right, guys. You have fun.
Yeah.
All right,
Nice
brother.
talking to y'all.
Yep. See you later, Caleb and Kathy.
Yeah, see you, man.
All right.